There we go. All right. Thank you, Linda.
Hey, welcome to all. Thanks for setting aside the time to do this. It's nice to see Jennifer again and some of the new people that are here too that you'll get to meet shortly. And I think what we'll begin with right now is that I'm going to roll this to Chris Caselli. I think he's around. I can't see the whole board. And I think he has some introductions to do in terms of new staff with the Elliott.
Yeah, and Vicky, any opening welcoming remarks from your end?
Yeah, it's good to see you all. I'll be in and out today. I have a ton of commitments. It's legislative session, and I have a briefing with the state treasurer this afternoon at 1 o'clock. So I'll be coming in and out.
Okay, great. And now I think, yeah, thanks, Keith. So we have, for the public watching, Keith Timchuk, our Elliott State Research Forest Board Chair, Vicky Walker, our Department of State Lands Director. And now we're kicking it to the snappily dressed Chris Castelli. And Chris, we're moving in. That was quick introductions. We're moving into the next item on the agenda with new staff.
Sounds great. Yes. Good morning, everybody. It's nice to see you on what's a snowy morning here on the west side of the Willamette Valley. Chris Castelli, Deputy Director of the Land Management Division, which includes our real property group out of Bend, the South Flu National Estuary Research Reserve, and of course, the Elliott State Research Forest. As you know, I think the last time we all were together was, unless we had a board meeting between it, we were deliberating or discussing the hiring of the Elliott State Research Forest manager. And I know you've seen some updates and such, but we have 3 of the staff on today. So I was hoping they can introduce themselves in person. As Keith, I can't see everybody on my screen, but we should have Darren, the manager, Amy, the biologist, and Emma, the policy and partnership coordinator. And I will let them introduce themselves. Thanks.
Well, I guess I'll kick off first. Good morning, everyone. I'm Darren Gooding. I'm your new Elliott State Research Forest manager. It's good to see some of you again that I had the opportunity to meet at the last board meeting during the interview process. Certainly happy to be here. Excited for this opportunity, and yeah, really glad to be here and getting started. For those of you that, just for refresher, so I'm coming from the Forest Service, my last position, the Planning and Science Application and Communication Staff Officer on the Whitman National Forest over in Northeast Oregon. And certainly glad I made my move to the coast over here last week to miss the snow coming from Baker City for my move. So glad to be over here in the neighborhood now, and looking forward to working with everybody.
Great. Why don't we go to Amy, because I just introduced him in that order, and then we'll do Emma.
Morning, I'm Amy Price. This is my third week, started my third week. I'm actually in Salem for a conference. No snow here yet. We'll see by this evening. Prior to coming to DSL, I worked for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service out of the Roseburg office, primarily doing Section 7 consultation for the Umpqua Basin. Prior to that, federal service also within the Department of Interior, but with the Bureau of Land Management in Coos Bay and Medford districts. Most of my career has been focused on the west slope of Oregon. So this is a really fantastic opportunity. I'm excited for the Elliott State Research Forest to get going.
Hi, all. I'm Emma Sloan. I'm your Policy and Partnerships Coordinator. I've been looking forward to this day since I started on January 2nd. I'm coming to you from OSU most recently. I got my master's degree in Forest Ecosystems and Society about 2 years ago, and since then been working towards a PhD while also working with Dr. Susan Charnley at the U.S. Forest Service PNW Station in Corvallis. Studying collaborative forest governance, adaptive management, community-based natural resource management. So I'm excited to see today how you all operate. And I'm reporting from a very, very snowy Corvallis.
Welcome all. Thanks for being here. And we're glad to get this going. It feels after a long number of years that we're taking more than baby steps, and we're actually moving forward. And I really appreciate you all agreeing to sign on and come with us on this great journey. And I think at this point, Chris and Brett, I'm going to ask the board members to sort of do a roll call a little bit, and for the benefit of the new staff, sort of give a sense of your background and how you came to the Elliott as well. I think if nobody minds, I'll lead off. My name's Keith Timchuk. I'm here in Reesport. The Elliott's in my backyard. I've spent 4 decades running around up there, and have been on since day one on the Elliott process as a advisory board member. I grew up in Reedsport. I spent 43 years here as a high school teacher, recently retired, and it's really been a long ride, but with these days and this kind of meeting in mind for the whole process. And so I'm excited to be here, and the Elliott is a special place. And whoever wants to follow up on that, feel free.
Sure, I'll go. Jennifer Allen, based in Portland and also spend time on the North Coast in Nehalem, Manzanita. I recently retired from my faculty position at Portland State University, where I taught sustainable development, environmental and natural resource management and policy for a number of years. I had served on the Elliott Science Advisory Council a number of years ago now, I guess, and also was on the board previously, and I'm very excited to be here again. I also did serve as the chair of the Oregon State Parks Commission. I served on that commission for 9 years and then was the chair for several years. Just rolled off of that about a year ago. So good to be back and good to be here with all of you.
How about Mike Kennedy? Mike, I'll just control that and we'll roll right through. How's that?
Good morning. Welcome to all the new staff members. Good to see you guys, folks. I'm Mike Kennedy. I, about 5 months ago, retired from working as the Natural Resources Director with the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, where I worked for 37 years. I've got a forestry background. Prior to working for the tribe, I worked for the Ochiko National Forest in Eastern Oregon. So good to see everybody. I echo what Keith said. It's great to see this getting started. And I've been on, as with Keith, with the advisory board, advisory committee since it was started many years ago.
And Vicky promised us this was a 18-month process, right?
Oh, I think I said a year.
I was giving you a break, man.
Yeah, I know you were, but yes, and it's really great that you've all hung in there. I appreciate it.
Haley?
Keith, you got it right. Congratulations.
Good morning. My name's Haley Lutz, and I currently am in Coos Bay, and my current role is executive director for the Coos Watershed Association, and so work a lot in improving watershed health in the Coos area, and the Elliott is a really key spot for us. We've implemented over $10 million of restoration monitoring activities on forest and are excited to partner and continue that work. A little bit of my background, I'm from Coos Bay, left for many years to do various things. With my education background, I have a master's in environmental and natural resource law from Lewis and Clark Law School. I spent some years working for ODFNW in various seasonal positions up and down the coast. I led a smaller watershed council up on the North Coast in the Tillamook County area prior to coming down to Coos about 7 years ago now. So excited to be on this board and really excited to see new staff. It marks a pretty exciting day in the Elliott that there are staff working for the forest. So welcome.
Mike Wilson?
Good morning. Yeah, Mike Wilson. I retired a couple years ago from my job. Was a natural resources manager for the Grand Ronde tribes. excuse me. Yeah, I was involved with the Elliott early on, representing the tribe in those discussions. Happy to be back in this capacity. I am also a member of Grand Ron. I was going to mention my wife and I, we lived in the Coos Bay area early on in my career, and worked for a major timber company there, and got to crawl around and visit some of the Elliott. So
Thanks, Mike. Pete?
Good morning, everybody, and special welcome to our new additions. It's exciting to have you on the team, so thank you for your engagement. My name is Peter Hayes, and my family and I are 40 years into an experiment of caring for working forests in the North Coast Range, where our goal is to have forests that are ecologically complex and resilient, financially viable, and useful to the larger community. So that probably rings a bell with the Elliott, and makes it logical that I'm interested in this. My connection first started through service on the Board of Forestry when we were involved in a bunch of the policy decisions that eventually led to litigation and the idea to privatize the forest. So the chance to see this have good legs is particularly exciting. And I had a prior career, 25 years as a teacher and school principal, and 10 years running a watershed education project in Seattle. So excited to be here. Thanks.
Peyton, welcome aboard.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to all the new staff. My name is Peyton Smith. I was born and raised here in Coos Bay, went to school at University of Oregon, but did end up moving back to Coos Bay. I now work for Southport Lumber, which is a local timber company here, and we're just very excited to see something happening with the forest.
And finally, Melissa, we're going to have to send you down to the office because you were tardy today. Would you please bring a note?
I have a note. I have a doctor's note. Maybe not a doctor's note.
That'll work.
Good to see everyone. And like I said, good to see all the new staff on here. I'm Melissa Cribbins. I was actually raised in Coquille and worked for Coos Forest Protective Association during my summers in college, and the Elliott was part of my patrol area. So it's funny how life comes a little bit full circle. My husband and I moved back to the area in 2006, and I worked for the Coquille Indian Tribe for 5 years before I became a Coos County Commissioner. Did that for 10 years, and started this Elliott process way back then. And it's great to see how far we've come. Good to see you all.
And I believe that's it, correct? We've got everybody. Excellent. Brett?
Yeah, I think this is a chance. If you, Keith, or any of the board members have any high-level messages that you want to convey to, our new team, and especially Darren as manager, or vice versa, we wanted to have a little space on the agenda to open it up. It's hard to get to know one another virtually, and so this is far from ideal. But before we rush into substance, this was kind of that time on the agenda to, get to know one another and say who you are and why you care and any thoughts you want to pass along. I think everybody is being super modest, I would say, on the board end. You all have a ton of value and experience across all kinds of different past work, jobs, passions, interests, and it's just been a really cool effort to see long timers who have stuck with the cat's life, the cat's life notion of time in stretching Vicky's 1 year ask into 7 years, as well as new board members coming on from various backgrounds. I mean, the Elliott's a statewide resource with national and broader ambitions, but with huge connection, past history, and future opportunity around the local community. So it feels like just a really good mix. And Darren and Emma and Amy, it's been really a pleasure just to work with the board we have, and they're all incredible assets in terms of people to draw upon and tap into. So I'm glad this is all happening.
Well,
Is there-
I
is-
just want to say I'm pretty excited because we have staff. This is all becoming real, that we don't have to strategize. And I mean, we still have to strategize, of course, but we started this over 7 years ago with a dream, and now, wow, we actually have staff and we're going to implement it. And as most of you know, I'm retiring July 1. The land board at its meeting next week will be talking about how we're going to effectuate my replacement, the recruitment process. But what's exciting to me is that we are at this point, and you know, I've always wanted to tie a bow around things that I've worked on, and we're going to be able to tie a bow. There are many bows to come in the Elliott, but this has been a lift. And for those of you who started at the beginning, thank you. It's been amazing. It's been an amazing ride. So I'm really excited that we have staff, and there's more to come about that. And I'll be talking in a few minutes about the additional board member we'll be adding to replace Bob. Hard to replace Bob, but that person will be taking over that seat. And I'll have a few other updates, but I just want to say, having been a Reedsport girl myself, it's so super cool. It's going to be, you know, when you look at all your jobs, many of you have retired already, and you look at your jobs and you look at your career and you're like, this is one of my achievements I'm really proud of. This is one of them. This is one of them. You just check those boxes, don't you, Keith? And Mike too, the two Mikes. And this is one of those boxes I'm going to check and tell my grandchildren about. So thank you.
Yeah,
And
Vicky, thank you for, I mean, there'll be more opportunities to say it, but thank you for all of the leadership that you've leaned in on with the Elliott and beyond. And Chris for all the engagement in the hiring process, and both of you for getting us to this point. So anything from board members to Darren in terms of your key messages, what you're highest on your mind and thinking about where we are and where we're going right now?
I'd like to let Darren and Amy and Emma know this a little bit, that if you'd ask any one of us here or any one of us that were involved in the process to draw up our research for us, none of us would have ended up here. I think this is but I think that really reflects well on the collaborative effort, the multitude of voices that were part of this, and the fact that we found a way to represent the interests of Oregon in all corners of Oregon as well on the Elliott. It was messy and filled with potholes in the road as we were getting here, but we did. And I think maybe the survivability of the Elliott is found in the fact that none of us would really have designed it exactly this way. And that I think that represents all of us well, and the voices that we've heard, and the long effort we've tried to create something that will outlast us all.
Thanks, Keith. That's well put. Any others before we move on?
No, I guess I would just say too that I think one of the things that has attracted me to working on the Elliott and coming back and working on the Elliott is that it is one of those complex partnership. The future, it's like so many of the complex challenges we face in the world today. And it's also this incredible opportunity to show what one can do when you bring partners together across sectors, across communities, across academia, asking really important questions in a way that really, by digging in on them together and thinking about how do we steward and care for this place and management with an eye toward really serving all of our communities as a research forest. And so the collaborative piece of it is a huge challenge, and to me is also one of the most exciting parts of it. So again, it's exciting to have you all here joining this, because I think that you strengthen that capacity to build those relationships and to really find ways to link across all the different perspectives that come to this forest and then to move it forward in really powerful ways. So that's what's attracted me to it. And I'm super excited at the team here because I just see that it brings so much potential to really take on those challenges and then move things forward in a really exciting way.
Keith, I think on the heels of that, because I thought what Jennifer said was really powerful, and every comment today has been great. I'd like to hear why Darren accepted this job. I've interviewed him several times, and I know why, but I want you all to hear why he left his job over in Baker City with the federal government. It was before all this mess came about, but when he made that decision, but there was something about the Elliott that brought you to this job. So Darren, you want to share that?
Yeah, there's a few pieces to that. It's like it is the big thing is it's the incredible opportunity, like everyone else has said. That was what I recognized from, I had seen, some of the over the few years, I kind of from afar had kind of seen what was going on with the Elliott, and I actually had a thought at one point when back at the stage when OSU was thinking of being the running the forest. I thought, gee, I'd like to be involved with that. And that was I can think back in 1819 probably, and it's kind of funny how things come full circle with this opportunity came up, and now here I am. Because I recognized back then that it was like, wow, this is something unique and would be an awesome opportunity to be involved with. And then as it's evolved over the years with all of your work and others, it's like it was an opportunity that I couldn't pass up. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity to be involved with um, building something like this that hasn't been done before. Um, and all the collaborative piece. And I like Keith, I like your comment about this really kind of just rung with me about getting to great things is often messy, and that's very true. And I kind of like that too, as the aspect um, of this job. It's not going to be easy, but but with great things, challenges are there. You have to get through those challenges for those opportunities, to get to those opportunities and accomplish great things. So. Um, I guess without getting too long-winded, but that really was just recognizing the opportunity, and I want to be part of it. And um, yeah, that's why I'm here.
Couple things that Darren probably won't toot his own horn on that when we were interviewing. It always stood out, like whether it was past experience on the Wenatchee and wildfire work or tree farm work with private landowners. He had this experience that spanned different types of management and people, and then skills around, it felt like, being able to work across in between and binding people, and then this deeper interest in this as a research endeavor that's connected to education and broader values like recreation, as well as like community and different kinds of outcomes for community as well as broader. And it was the South Coast was a great place to be. It wasn't, it was all about the upside, which a lot of times the story of the Elliott gets caught up in the messes and people lose sight of the upside. And so for you, Darren, it always just felt like it was centered in your just being, way of thinking about it. It was pretty cool. I mean, it still is, but when we were interviewing you. Okay, any others? And Keith, I was thinking of moving us on, maybe flashing the agenda. I can flash the agenda up just to center us on where we are,
Okay.
where we're going.
Yep.
Okay. I'll do a quick screen share, and then we didn't do this at the outset, but it feels like there we go, for everybody who's here with us from the public, and then just you all as board members, even though you've gotten the advanced materials. We're 3 minutes ahead of time, but I'm going to take one of those minutes. We're at the 10:30 update agenda item, and so this is our roadmap for the day, and it's a long day. So thank you all for carving out the time and bearing with. We have a lunch break at 11:45, and until then, we're going to move through a variety of important updates, and then conversation about the board structure and operating principles. And then after lunch, we'll move into an important conversation that's probably going to be deep enough to need to come back to on later dates, but getting into clarifying roles and responsibilities of the board, DSL, State Land Board, and just kind of the lanes that we're all operating in. And we'll move into some near horizon work, like what's on the next 6-month windshield that really has our attention at DSL, and then wanting to draw in, hear from board members about their areas of deep interest where you all as members either are and want to continue engaging or want to be engaged more deeply, because this whole effort, this whole endeavor is going to take a big team, and you all are a central part of it. So we want to be listening and bridging through that. And then we're going to get into a big main event topic around the draft operation plan or operations plan for the Elliott. And Ryan, our Singleton, our forester, and Eric Farm with Farm Unlimited will lead that, but it's a big chunk. Followed by public comment and the next steps. And then we'll adjourn at 4. So Keith, with that, I think I'll take my screen share down, and then we'll move into updates. Does that sound
Yep.
good to you?
I think that sounds perfect. And I think we have updates on the HCP, the FMP, the session, future board members, and let's roll.
Okay. And this will be a shared bit before we get into any questions, discussion between myself, Ellie Fornes, our legislative coordinator at DSL, and then Vicky as our director. So really quick, the salient updates on the Habitat Conservation Plan are it's submitted. The federal services are finalizing their biological opinions. We are waiting for a decision both on the National Environmental Policy Act, the process front, with a record of decision on NEPA, and then concurrent decisions, but separate decisions on the Endangered Species Act front with the issuance of the incidental take permits tied to the HCP. So all of this is pretty critical to our operating and our future, as well as the past foundations. We learned recently that it's not atypical with federal administration transitions that the regional office and the state office where decision authority had existed on the record of decision for NEPA and then the permits under the Endangered Species Act, that's no longer at that level, and we're waiting for direction from the DC level. So waiting in a bit of suspense, not fully in control of next steps, and anxious to keep this moving forward. And the services at the state and regional level are right there working to move this forward as well as in as timely a way as we can. The schedule had us at a permit decision and record of decision at the end of March, with final Federal Register notices in early April, and we'll see if that holds. So that's that one. The second bit is we're moving forward with our forest management plan decision that the land board made in October. Part of that decision, as you all might remember, was a commitment to incorporate, so long as the land board adopted the forest management plan, the commitment and the direction from them was back to us, incorporate this into the Oregon administrative rules. And that would facilitate general accountability to the forest management plan and for the public around decisions made on the Elliott related to management and compliance with the forest management plan. So it's a process step, but wanted to let you know, in the forest management plan as a document has already been adopted and is valid. But the process of incorporating into rule is its own process. We kicked it off on Monday, and it'll run for a 30-day comment and review period. And those are the high points. And I think with that, unless I missed anything, Chris or Vicky, I'll kick it over to Ellie around legislative session updates. And also thank you, Ellie, for being here, and just part of the value that we saw was Ellie being able to introduce herself to you all and vice versa.
Yeah, thanks, Brett. And sorry if you hear background noise. I'm currently in the Capitol, and so I found a quiet corner, but might hear some chatter behind me. Hi, everybody. Ellie Fornes. It's nice to meet you. I've had a chance to meet a handful of you, but not everybody. I am currently, I rotated into the government relations position at DSL, while Chris Castelli has rotated into the third deputy position. So Chris got us nice and set up for a successful legislative session, and I'm kind of taking us through the session. So
And let me hold you on that for a second. I just want to make it clear to everyone about these rotations. We have created a third deputy position at DSL, and Chris has been selected to have that position. But until we get permanent authority in our budget this year, when it's approved, it's called a rotational. So he is rotated in there and she is rotated in there, but I'm fully expecting we will get what we've asked for, and they'll all be permanent and no more rotations.
Thanks, Vicky. I've got my spiel down pretty good because I tell people I'm the new government relations manager, and they go, "Where's Chris?" And so I say that to make sure that they know that Chris has not gone anywhere, that he's still with us, and all of that. So yes, so we are currently in week 3 of the legislative session. It's the long session, and so we've got about 6 months to get a lot of work done. And just to kind of give you all a bit of a tone, I've heard that this is one of the busiest sessions in terms of bills that we have seen in a very, very long time. I mean, the legislature had over 2,000 bills filed pre-session, and that's before they even gavel in. And we've seen hundreds of new bills being introduced every week. And so things are moving very fast over here. But that being said, it's a pretty quiet and easy session for the Elliott, I would say, especially compared to other legislative sessions. We've got some items in the governor's recommended budget for the Elliott. We call them policy option packages. And so we have a couple of different packages. One of them is just very technical, and it logistically phases out the $4 million general fund that we got last biennium. It's a budgetary procedure to show this money was part of your budget last cycle. It's not part of your budget in the upcoming cycle. And then we have another technical package that's about $2 million funding from the federal government related to Shutter Creek and the 2 positions currently filled out there. And then we also have a third package that is $10 million other funding. And so that will kind of be the base budget for the Elliott moving forward into the next biennium. Don't have a ton to update you guys on the policy front. Vicky and I have been having a series of, I call them relationship building conversations with key legislators who are in the area, who technically are constituents. Their forest is in the district, or who are around there and have an interest. Environmentally conscious legislators with timber interests, pretty much anyone you would think that would have a vested interest in the Elliott, as well as members of legislative leadership. And so we started those conversations before the session, before things got super busy. And we just took a really positive tone. We didn't have an ask for the legislators, which they very much appreciate every once in a while. But instead, we were reporting back on the investment that they made to decouple the forest, both with the bonding and with the general fund. And so as good stewards of that investment, we're coming back with a success story. So we talked about where we were at with the HCP, how the land board had just passed the FMP, talking about all of our excellent hiring and all the new folks that we've brought on board, as well as sharing the excitement of the carbon project and our plan for our first timber harvest. So really just coming back with a positive message to keep those relationships alive and healthy. And I would say all of them were positive. I think, there are still some folks that have strong opinions about what the Elliott should mean. And those folks have those opinions, but I would say like 99% of our conversations were very positive, and folks are really just grateful with all the progress that we've made. So I'm happy to answer any questions that folks have, but other than that, I think it should be a pretty easy and positive session for the Elliott, and I'm really hopeful so far.
Ellie, let me let folks know our budget, the department's budget will be up the week of March 17. Not sure what days yet. So often we're scheduled for 2 days, but last year we finished it in 1 day. That's my recollection anyway. So we will look to Keith getting something from the board supporting our budget, which would be good. And Ellie and Allie is managing the narrative on that. Jean is our budget whiz and will be present at the hearing, as well as myself and our deputies, our fine deputies. Our other fine deputies, we have 3 of them now.
Well, Vicky,
Vicky,
let
you
us
said
know
that's
what,
March 17?
The week of March 17.
Okay.
let us know what you need from the board there. If you need presence, I think we can pull that off. And Ellie, I was going to let you know as well, if you look at the assembled board members here, I think there's a wide range of experience and contact with legislators, especially on the South Coast, but throughout the state. And if conversations from us with select legislators work well, please feel free to request that we show up at Salem sometime or reach out and do that. I think you'll find that all of us would be very willing to do that.
Yeah, thank you, Vicky and Keith. I appreciate that. I will definitely lean on you all for help with that. I think we've got a little bit of time, so I'll coordinate with Allie and figure out what our messaging on the Elliott will be as part of that overall budget presentation and what makes the most sense for you all to participate. I think at minimum, I will circle back, but plan for a letter of written support at minimum from the board for the policy option packages and the budget. And then I would like to plug some of you in, or anyone who wants to, on meetings with legislators, particularly with folks on the South Coast. So we have to time those right. And so I'd like to time them around when our budget is up, but I'd also like to time them a little closer to when our budget will be on the floor for a vote. So I will coordinate with Emma and with Brett and with Allie, and we will circle back with all of you with marching orders for anyone who's willing to help.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Haley.
Ellie, the third, I just don't think I caught all the detail. The third thing you mentioned was the $10 million of other funds. Can you just talk about exactly what's included in that?
Yes, and I saw Jean here earlier. I don't know if she's still here.
Yes, I had another meeting and then I came back. I'm here.
Okay.
Just in time, huh?
Impromptu.
Just in time. Yeah, so Haley, we've got $10 million other funds. Most of the department's budget is other funds. It's separate and distinct from the general fund, which is like the bucket of tax dollars, essentially, that everyone goes after for base funding for new programs and things like that. But I think I may maybe pass it to Jean to talk a little bit more about what that other funds means.
Well, the other funds for DSL, other funds means the source of those funds is Common School Fund investments. So investment money and revenue. So when the Elliott starts making revenue, their money will be put into the Common School Fund and be invested and have investment earnings off of the income there. So that's basically what other funds is. Other funds can be a lot of different types of funds. It's just, that's what it is for us. And what's included in that $10 million is staffing cost, and then supplies and services. So management contracts for the management of the forest, DOJ costs, just the operations of doing business. Peter?
Yeah, and some of you might, thank you, Jean, for being willing to hop on impromptu. And some of you might remember when we did the budgets in the past, the roughly $5 million a year budget, which is where we are now. That also includes wildfire protection. There's been some conversation about the Elliott not being protected, which is not true. It is. It's in the budget. HCP compliance, and then getting all the operations going. Yeah, Peter.
A big question that doesn't need to be big today, but can you talk to us a little bit about how dependent is the work on the Elliott on federal funding?
Right now, we the only federal funds that we have in the Elliott budget is for the Shutter Creek facility. We did receive a HUD grant for looking at renovating that facility and making it, what we're going to do with it. So when we took that over from the feds, because that was a federal property, and then it was in DOC, and then when we took it over, we applied for a HUD grant, and we do have, that's $4 million, and we're drawing down on that. But that's the only federal money we have currently. Doesn't mean we won't have federal money in the future. Just right now, that's the only grant we have for the Elliott.
Right, that's DSL. There is another grant, however, that OSU was able to get, and that's intertwined with us. So Brett, you want to speak to that?
Sure. Yeah, thanks, Vicki. Yeah, and we've been working with Oregon State, and this is the MOA that we've signed with Oregon State around baseline monitoring on the Elliott. And so that's funded, part of the funding, the initial part especially is 3.5 million that Oregon State received from United States Forest Service, State and Private Forestry. So they're still working forward with that on the assumption of hiring and building out the baseline monitoring plan and work on that. It's still moving forward until we hear otherwise. And I think future conversations around federal funding with Oregon delegation staff are in the works, and there's a desire to continue the state. And there's a lot of federal nexus points around the Elliott, including species that have been federally listed under the Endangered Species Act, trust responsibilities with tribes, responsibilities to rural communities, and then just broader interests in the research forest proposition and kind of putting Oregon on the national map. So we're working with the Oregon delegation around that and navigating the new arena. So there may be other ways board members can help on that front, but it's still a bit TBD. And Ellie, I know you're sitting in a basement in the Capitol, which is hard. And I wanted to really thank you for being here. And Keith, Vicki asked if we could maybe take any other questions or clarifications based on the updates so far. And Vicki, then come to yours next, just so we don't keep Allie hung up in the basement longer than she wants to be. Or sorry, Ellie. I think I said Allie.
It's okay, we're two peas in a pod this time of year.
No other questions?
Okay.
Well,
Thank
I'm
you,
going
Ellie.
to, yeah, you bet. And I'm going to put my work cell in the chat. And, board members, folks, if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out. I'm happy to chat anytime about DSL's activity in the Capitol and our legislative goals. So thanks, Brett. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, and thanks, Ellie. And this is part of yes, there's new management staff for the Elliott that we've hired, and we're happy to be moving into that new future. But there's the broader DSL team, and so this Elliott is a huge part of it. And thanks for coming in. And Chris and Vicki obviously are huge parts of it. And I think Keith, I think we're going to Vicki next. Yeah.
Yep, I think so. So I'm going to bring you up to date on what's happening at the land board meeting next Tuesday. We are, as I mentioned, we do have a candidate that we are recommending to the land board to fill out Bob's remaining time on his seat. And that person is Caitlin Lovell. She has worked very closely with Bob over the years. She's carrying forward on the Elliott work with Bird Conservation Oregon, which was an organization Bob started after he left Audubon Society. And she's very experienced in broader aquatic and terrestrial conservation work and policy. She's excited about the opportunity to be on the board and work with you all. She will be at the land board meeting to introduce herself to the board, the land board. Her bio is part of the February 11 land board meeting materials that have been posted on our website, and Brett can put a link in the chat so you can access that. If she is approved by the land board, we will be able to connect her with you in order to build a relationship together and have that full complement of the board. It's worth noting that we had a number of very interested and highly qualified people who were interested in that board position. I want to thank them for their continued interest in the Elliott as a research forest. We want to keep them involved in our work, and I really appreciate that that they put their names forward. I also want to add two other things. I need to scroll down to make sure I don't forget what those are. Okay, so I want to thank all the board members who have terms that are set to expire in June of various years for being amenable to changing your term end date to October. We got feedback from you individually and from our internal staff that these positions were expiring at different times, and it was just very confusing. So we are now going to make sure that all of the staggered positions end in October of the year you're staggered to end your position. And so the land board will know every October they'll likely have a new appointment for the board. So that'll be part of the action item. And then also at the land board meeting, I'll make some remembrance remarks in honor of Bob Salinger. And I'm sure some of the land board members will also have their own remarks. But we want to work with you as a board about how best to honor and remember Bob through some kind of dedication in the Elliott. I've had that conversation with land board members as well. So we haven't really had much time to think about that. But I'd like to hone in on that when we have our celebration for the Elliott later this year before I retire. We've decided that we're going to do that celebration at Shutter Creek. And Emma is involved in putting that together, and we're in the planning stages of what we're going to be doing. But we will have some kind of celebration up at Shutter Creek. And I'm hoping we have some idea, a better idea about how best to honor Bob that we can roll out at that event. So I think that's all I had to report on land board things. We do have a new land board member, as you know. Elizabeth Steiner is our new treasurer. She is quite familiar with the Elliott, having been co-chair of Ways and Means at the legislature for a number of years now. I actually have a meeting with her at 1 o'clock today, and we will be giving her a briefing about the land board, and the Elliott will be part of that. But I expect her to just pick up the mantle and run with her new position because she's pretty bright and knows a lot about what we're doing here. So I'm pretty confident we won't miss a beat there. So I think that's all I had to update people on, unless you think there's something I missed, Bob or Brett.
Thanks,
No,
Vicki.
I think that hit it. Thank you, Vicki.
Okay.
That hit it. And there might be a little more from Chris, though, I think. Is that right, Keith?
Yeah.
I think so.
Oh, Chris, you're kind of hollow. Something's happened to your.
Oh no, can you hear me? Is it still hollow?
It helps a little bit when you lean in, but it's a little tinny.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Well, it's my apologies. This is a brand new computer as of yesterday, and I have had some issues with it.
Doesn't that just figure?
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. I'll make it quick then. I mean, I'm so happy to introduce our three new hires on the Elliott, but we are not done, as you can probably imagine. We do have more recruitments and hiring to do, and I'm really happy to have the team that we have on board so they can assist with that. Darren, in particular, of course. Um, as you heard us introduce the new staff, you probably noticed that we were missing an important one, maybe a forester, although we have people with forestry experience, and Ryan has been doing a fantastic job. That was a recruitment that we did end up failing twice. We do have some really good help from Eric Farm as a contractor, and of course Ryan. Darren has a lot of folks have some forestry background. I think our intention is to refly that recruitment in the near future. Over the last month or so, we've been seeing really robust applicant pools for our jobs at DSL in particular. So, we met a little earlier this week, and we've seen some renewed interest in the forester position too. So that is one we'll likely put out. We'll put out again to recruit for in the near future. We also are hiring an executive support specialist to assist myself and Darren and you all as well, and also provide some backup support to South Slough and Real Property and Bend, who have a dedicated support staff, but when they have folks out. And that recruitment has closed, and we'll be doing interviews for that position in a few weeks, I believe. And then last but not least, and this one still we need to figure out what exactly the job duties will be, is we are going to hire a research coordinator as we move towards what we're a research consortium model for work to be done on the Elliott. We are going to hire a dedicated staff person to help work with interested persons at universities, whomever, on research and projects they'd like to do on the Elliott's. So the team will likely double in the near future from 3 to 6, along with the two wonderful technicians that work at Shutter Creek. And then as Darren and his team get their feet under them, we'll see what it's a big forest, and we have a lot of plans to implement. We'll talk about what else we need in future with regards to future hirings, recruitments, budget asks as we get this forest up and running. So thank you. Hope you can hear me okay.
Yeah, it actually improved while you were talking. So you must have been saying good things.
Haley?
Quick question. The consortium, I feel like just kind of slid through in the comment about hiring a research coordinator. Was there a formal decision that OSU will not be acting as the lead, and we're no longer pursuing a lead researcher, that we're fully moving to the consortium model?
So that's what we're hearing both in our conversations with OSU as well as others, and then what we've been talking through internally, and it's on the agenda for this afternoon as part of the key stuff that's on the horizon that we've placeholdered as you know, Haley, in the FMP, we placeholdered this issue of we still have a lot to figure out around what the research partnership looks like. So this is on the agenda for this afternoon to talk through. And I think, yeah, it wouldn't be accurate to characterize everything as solidified, but it's moving in that direction. And there's obviously trade-offs and pros and cons to evaluate and hear from you all as board members around that.
Great. Yeah, that's a pretty big deal. It's one of the core issues that the board was, collating around, and so definitely seems, worthy of conversation. So glad to hear that the intention is next step. Just hearing it related to hiring piqued my interest.
Yeah, for sure. It's not the only key thing on the windshield, so it's not called out explicitly, but it's definitely in that intentional talk this afternoon.
Is that it then on updates? Did we move through that pretty quickly? That was good.
Yeah, I think unless there are questions I don't have anything more. And Vicky, Chris, Darren, I don't think we have anything more on this item.
Board members, questions? Good, let's roll. So we're off to the 11:15 item. We're well ahead of time, which is board structure and operating principles. And I think the first item on that is the selection of a vice president or vice chair, excuse me, for the Elliott. And I'm willing to entertain discussions to that and see if anybody has a motion or a move they'd like to make.
I think a logical question is, what are the duties of a vice chair? What do we know and what don't we know?
Yeah, I mean, the way we've envisioned it is, Keith, thank you for being willing to serve as chair. And at your last meeting, Keith was elected board chair, and that's the primary role, and kind of serving as the key glue in working with DSL to kind of prepare for set up meetings, and then to be your chair and manage the board, as well as channel board member input through Keith as chair back to us. So the vice chair, a lot of the role, as we've conceived it, is to, if Keith is tied up or can't make a meeting or not able to engage as deeply as you might want on something, that the vice chair would be whatever, left or right hand, somebody he could look to help carry forward the work. And if in his absence, kind of step into that role. There's probably some other duties as assigned stuff, but I don't know, Keith, if you have any thoughts on like key needs or roles, or if any of you do as board members.
I think Brett hit it, and I would imagine that if we have some reach out to legislators, having a vice chair there as well plays well. So there may be some weight in that position in that regard. But I think in terms of my role as a chair in other boards, I've always tried to use the vice chair as a sounding board for agenda items, and as we roll out the next meeting as well. I think those are pretty standard though. And unless, Peter, you have ideas that you'd like to see handled by the vice chair.
No, I didn't ask with any particular assumption. I just thought before we're filling a position, we have to be clear what the position is. But actually, one thing that in my experience goes either way, in some operations, the vice chair is the chair apparent. And in some organizations, that's not the case. So I think us being clear on where we are on that side of it. And again, I don't have an opinion one way or another, but I'm a fan of clarity.
I think we've not discussed that in terms of in our governance discussions in the past, that that there would be they would inherit the position, so, but that doesn't mean we can't, as a board, move in that direction as well. Any other questions?
I can put up my virtual hand. I was just going to ask if we were going to have any other officerial type roles. I mean, I know we're figuring this out as we go along, but
I think if I remember correctly, Melissa, in all of our discussions, as we were getting to this point, that the only two officer roles we actually discussed were a chair and a vice chair. I don't think we had other discussions about secretaries or treasurers, and we have staff for all of that anyway. So Brett and Vicky, does that ring familiar, that I think our previous discussions were a chair and a vice chair?
Yeah, waiting to see if Vicky pops on, but that's what's on the table immediately. It feels like there's a broader as you noted, Melissa, while we're building the board structure, I mean, a lot of this agenda item is how you all work together and how you work with us as an agency. And we have obviously staff in interests in supporting you all as a board, but it feels like there's we have an upcoming board staff retreat planned, and there's, I think, part of what we'd like to talk more about is what are the best ways that you would all like to operate as a board and engage with us. And like, you know, Keith, do you want facilitation help, or, you know, do we want other officers, secretary, treasurer, just being sure that there's clarity from you all on what you see as needed and desirable, and that we can talk about how to structure that out. But the only thing on the table today is what we had talked about earlier, which was just the chair and the vice chair roles. And I don't know, Vicky, if you have anything on that, and I see Jennifer's hands up.
Well, I know everything you said is true. You're a board, you're your own board. You can constitute yourself the way you wish. And I think the retreat might give you an opportunity to do that. And, you know, it's making sure that we have a good working relationship as the agency and you as the board with regard to the Elliott. And the best way to do that is something that we will always continue to work on. And when I mentioned earlier that the land board is going to talk about the recruitment process, one of the things that we're doing, I sent a notice out to staff today, is we've pulled a list of selected attributes that Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife used, and we sent those out to staff today and said, take a look at these, see if you want to nuance those, add to those, take away from those. And that's probably what we're going to be doing with a selected group of stakeholders as well. And I'll be reaching out to tribes to ask them what their hopes and dreams are for a continued working relationship with the department with a new director, so that we can get folks' opinions. So I think that's all part of it too. What is it that your board expectations are? Some people are a little bit nervous because I've been here for a while. They know me. They know that I'm honest, have integrity, and I follow through on what we commit to. I expect that any new director will have those same values, but it always makes people a little nervous with change. So just want to make sure we get your perspective on that.
Jennifer?
Yeah, so I was responding to something just a little earlier, but it picks up on the same, which is I think later today we also have a conversation about ways that all members of the board might engage on various ways going forward. So unrelated to official roles and everything like that, but I think it's useful to just flag that, you know, there are certainly opportunities and hopefully the expectation that each of us will find ways to, you know, continue to work in ways, even if it's not an official officer role. That was the comment I was going to make. And then I do have a motion if one wants one, but I'll hold on that till you want somebody asks one.
Any further discussion? Jennifer, if you have a motion, then now would be the time.
So I just wanted to put forward Melissa Cribbin's name as a vice chair, if she was interested and willing to serve in that role.
Melissa?
Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you, Jennifer.
There's one, and we'll likely need a second there if
I'll
that was
second it.
There we go.
That's Peter.
And we have a motion and a second, Peter with a second. And are there other board members that we'd like to see nominated for this vice chair position?
Yeah, or discussion on the motion.
Okay, board discussion. No other nominations? There we are. Then I think that let's call that to a vote. And Brett, remind me, are we doing this as a roll call or a thumbs up on this?
Well, Mr. Chair, I don't know. We're unpracticed in this, so I
Yeah.
think you can do it whatever way you want. Would you rather? I mean, efficiency, I guess, would be all those in favor and all those opposed.
Yep. Let's do that. Let's do a thumbs up or make your noise. All those in favor on Jennifer's nomination of Melissa Cribbins as vice chair, thumbs up, please. I believe that's unanimous.
Anyone opposed? Okay, for the recording and the the audio, no opposition, all unanimous in favor of Melissa Cribbins as vice chair of the Elliott State Research Force Board.
And thanks to Melissa and to Keith for their willingness to serve in those positions.
Okay, thank you all for that.
More to come on
thank
decision related.
And thank you, Melissa. I think the next item then on the agenda is the protocol document and feedback requested. And Brett, I'm going to let you take that one over.
Okay, and I'm gonna put up a, if I can find it, the protocol document. And I think the main, I guess, a little bit of backgrounding on this. Part of the history of this document is it stems from the work that was done back when you all, before the Elliott had a board, an official board. And there was an effort done that was led by Working Consensus in putting together an operating protocols document for the prospective board for the Elliott State Research Forest. And a while back, that was tabled because there was a lot of shifting happening at the end of 2023 and uncertainty about what was going to happen with the research forest concept. And the tabling was in order to let that all play out and allow this document to resurface when we actually had a board. So it's part of the advanced reading. Hopefully you all have read it. It's a document that was updated, that we put some time into, or I put some time into updating since it initially came out. So it's no longer the Elliott State Research Forest Authority. There's an oversight structure that the land board adopted that's key to governance and laying out the mission and the management policies of the Elliott State Research Forest. And then it gets into some of the core pieces around, you know, what you would all be committing to as board members, both not just participation in meetings, but as a behavioral functional matter, how you engage with one another, as well as how you engage with DSL. So I think the main questions on this document, and there's one embedded question in here around specific pieces related to media. But the broader question is, how comfortable are you with this document and binding yourselves to the commitments that it lays out around how you will operate across one another? And that relates to everything from like no surprises with media and keeping one another informed, and really just the kinds of behaviors that are conducive to everybody as a board pulling together as a team towards the mission and management policies of the Elliott State Research Forest, and not doing things that undermine that, but doing things that drive towards that kind of cohesion. And then also that bind us as an agency to the ways that we would commit to engaging with you. So we've looked at it, but I think the question back to you all is, how do you feel about it, and how close to adoption do you feel like it is, and how much revision do you feel like it needs? So Keith, I think that's the main setup on this one.
Board members, anything to, any feedback or information you want to jump in with there? Are you happy with the content? Oh, there you go, Mike. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I did have a couple of comments or questions, but maybe this is addressed somewhere else, but is there a set number of board members?
There is, I think, if remembering back, we set the board when we did our governance package as between 7 and 9 members, if I remember correctly. And so we have 8 now. We could, but it was we had some discussion over what was that ideal numbers, and we left it somewhat open.
Is that mentioned here?
No, it's in the the oversight structure that the land board adopted for the Elliott in 2024. So it's a separate part of the meeting materials for this meeting, Mike. So it's in there,
Okay.
and that calls it out. Are you what are you thinking though?
Oh, I know, like Vicky had mentioned earlier, there's plenty of people listed, and I was just curious. Obviously, I'm a fairly new member, so I had not heard what that was set at. So I'd like to see it documented somewhere, if not here. Sounds like it is elsewhere, so that's great.
Yeah, for the new members, and I'll go to Melissa, and it really was a subject of much discussion as we were looking to this point, and the idea that there were 5 is streamlined, 5 members, but really may not represent the wide range of folk and groups in Oregon that we wanted to fit onto the board. Once those of us who've been on boards before, as you all have, at some point a board becomes too large and there's almost a cacophony of voices, right? And so we tried to fit it into that window that wasn't too small and wasn't too large, and we just left it at 7 to 9.
Yeah, thank you.
Melissa?
I'll back.
Okay. I just wanted to say, I assume this is going to be basically an internal working document. And so if the board decides that they want to change it at any time, they can, correct? I mean, because
That's how we view it. It's not one
Okay.
of the, so in the 2024 oversight structure, there's we'll get into this in the next agenda item. There's a series of areas where, the land board has authority or action authority, and this is not one of them, and this is not one. This one is fully within the board's purview, as like you said, Melissa, how you want to engage across one another and with us as an agency. It's about that relationship. So yeah, it's
Okay.
flexible, but also intended to be something that can help call out expectations for how you all are going to pull forward and work with one another, as well as us
Right.
as an agency.
I think it's a great start. I just think, when a board is starting out, there's always things that you don't think about that come up later that's important that, we're able to memorialize or add. And if we're discussing the question right now about the single point of contact for media inquiries, I think that it wouldn't be bad to have a point of contact, but then realize that different members of the committee might be a better person to speak on any particular media issue, given our different constituencies. That was all I had. Thanks.
Jennifer?
Yeah, I just had a comment, and not to dig into the details today, but I like the fact that it calls out consensus as the hoped for approach to decision making. And then there are some good sort of techniques that we could, look at that are ways to sort of facilitate the conversation about a decision and assess where people are in order to get to, that sense of consensus. So that's not to do right now, but I just think I'm glad to see that. And then, we can think about what does that mean for when we come to a point, so you can see where people are temperature wise on an issue and get the different perspectives there and then have a way to sort of take that temperature and feel comfortable that we are going forward with something like a consensus. So not to dig into those techniques now, but just to say that I'm glad to see it there and there are some good ways to do that.
Thank you. Peter and then Peyton.
I think it's a great start. And there's a thing I was looking for in it, which I don't think I saw, but maybe I wasn't looking hard enough. But I think a thing that's kind of crucial, especially since this is a new enterprise, we're not dealing with some codified structure that's been around since the beginning of time. So it's up to us to try to get it right and to learn from lessons from similar outfits. So to me, there's a key question about what is our duty and our responsibility. And I know having been on the Board of Forestry, often there's a confusion between a duty and responsibility to act in ways and represent the best interest of all Oregonians, informed by whatever your specific experiences are, versus advocating for the priorities of a subset of Oregonians. And I have a strong feeling that it should be the former. And I think often people get confused and feel like sort of like with filling the vacant seat now, saying, well, that's the Enviro seat and you stand up for the Enviros. I think that's a mistake. I think we all have a responsibility to think about what's in the best interest of all Oregonians and to stretch ourselves to do that. So is that addressed in this document? And if not, should it be?
I don't know that it speaks to that in such a fine point way. In some ways, I'm thinking about the Elliott State Research Forest oversight structure, which speaks to the board and having a full complement of and diversity of perspectives and interests. I mean, I think what you're raising, Peter, is probably a good one to hear from others on too, because the commitment around the board setup has been like, we're not going to have, this board, even when it was Senate Bill 1546, was never conceived of one, kind of a representational in the form of one vote per interest, like one vote for a county commissioner, one vote for an environmentalist, one vote for a timber sector interest. It was always about individuals who could collectively bring that background or had experience in different areas and relationships and networks in different areas, who could bring that kind of voice or those values, but would represent themselves as individuals in, connecting with their communities, but be pulling together towards the greater mission of the research forest. So I don't know, Vicki, if you wanted to say anything about it, but I think if there's a desire to fine tune the document, and it sounds like there is, because I think we're hearing a lot of, it's a great start, but there's a way to do that depending on how you all, I mean, I guess if you're gravitating towards what Peter's saying in terms of the former versus the latter.
Well, I believe the oversight structure was approved by the land board. So if there are changes that you want to make, you'd have to present that to the land board and they'd have to vote on it at a meeting.
Yeah, I think Peter's just talking about the protocol document and
Yeah.
whether that document should spell out in finer detail, kind of that point, I guess you're making, Peter, of are we all pulling for the same thing, or are we representing different sectors?
Yeah, and we could address it by having nothing written down, just saying we have an agreement. But, for instance, the mistake to say, oh, what do Native Americans think about this? Mike Wilson, tell us what the answer is. That's completely unfair. We all have a responsibility within our own limited perspectives to think about things from many points of view. So I'm easy about how it gets written down or not, but I think it's a point that we as a board ought to be really clear about, and that ought to be part of the culture of this entity.
Well, I would say that when we started this, the seats are not for an organization. We were very clear about that. It's about your interests, the interests. And so the seat that we're filling for Bob is a conservation related seat, but it's not a specific organization. There's not necessarily, I mean, we were very clear. It took us a long time, and maybe we need to dig out those early discussions about that.
And Peter, I can add this, and that, I think we're all aware that even in our most heated discussions, as we plotted through for those long years, I think that in the end we almost always, if not always, arrived at an answer or a solution that took into account or took into mind mostly what was good for Oregon and not a particular group. So for whatever the magic sauce was, the folks that were involved, and I totally believe it'll be the folks that continue to be involved and the folks that are here found a way to do that. And I think your point is really well made. And we did that, I think. And let's hope, and thanks for bringing it up, because let's hope we can continue to as well. And then Peyton, and then Haley.
My question is kind of just a clarifying question, but with this point of contact for the media, are you guys envisioning that as somebody on the board or more of like a DSL staff position? Because like we just talked about, well, I certainly think we're all pulling for the, the collective and the greater good. We do have our individual lenses that we're looking through, and that is good collectively. But for one point for the media contact, I could see how that could get a little bit sticky.
Yeah. I mean, so
I see Allie is on this call. Allie, as our communications director at the department, could you address that maybe? He was on the call.
I am on the call.
There you go.
Can
Thank
you
you.
all see? Can you all see and hear me?
We can.
Okay. I have a few thoughts here. There's how we approach it as an agency, and there's how we approach it, how you want to approach it as a board. Our approach as an agency is to, we have a single point of contact for media inquiries, and it's the agency's communications director that lets us do a couple things. One is to ensure that we're responsive to media inquiries, that we're able to quickly get back to media to make sure that the best person responds back to media, that we're thoughtful in our response, and that we take time, if necessary, to think about what we want to say, how we want to say it, if we want to say it, and that somebody like me who is maybe aware of why questions are being asked at the moment they're being asked, and the broader context of the inquiry is weighing in on the response, is part of the conversation and bringing that awareness to light in the discussion. So we take that approach. For you all as a board, I think if this question is, if the board is wishing to speak with the board's perspective, if we are in these operating principles, recognizing that sometimes the board's perspective will be sought independently of the agency's perspective, and the board's perspective will be desired and different than the agency's perspective, and you as a board wish to have identified a way for media to reach out to you separately than through the agency's established media contact process, so that reporters can do that in a way that you know, is creates a convenient pathway for them to be able to talk to you when they want to be able to directly speak with the board. I think that is the question for you as to whether you want to set that up in your operating protocols or not. I'm not sure what the backstory is on having that piece present in your operating protocols.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you do have an option of just as an agency. I mean, I'm the media contact for all other inquiries related to agency operations, you know, for land board related inquiries, they come to me, and I work with the land board offices. For any other advisory group type stuff, they come to me, and I work with individual staff and members of those committees. In the past, when we've coordinated to speak with the media, I have run point on that, so we can certainly do it like that. I think the question is, do you want to create a mechanism for reporters to be able to contact the board directly? When is it important to the board, for the board to have a pathway for reporters to reach out directly to the board without going through the agency as desired? It would be my hope that there would be coordination. Like, if whoever the point of contact is for the board, if that is desired, there would be heads upping back and forth that you got a contact from a reporter, and you would let me know it was happening so that there's no surprises all around. But if that's something that's desired by the board, then I mean, I don't see any reason why you would not establish a protocol for that. I'm just, I don't think I have the full picture of the history of that particular piece of your
Protocol document.
Mhm.
Yeah, and some of that I'll get to, just cover it right now, because, and Haley, I know you have your hand up, but yeah, so for us, Allie is our communications director, and we're really thankful to have somebody who can think strategically about that and run herd on all of the things that happen related to communications, including media. And the reason the board, in the board protocol, or the board role piece is in here, is the broader interest is around, and this is the reason that section starts with this, is to not have individual board members running around talking to the media, representing their opinions as if that's the opinion of everybody on the board. It's, I mean, I think in an ideal world, you all are aligned on the mission and where things are going. But in the real world, if something's happening where, you name it, like level of timber, level of conservation, carbon sequestration, like if there's an issue and it's a hot issue and it's being covered, the interest in why this is in the document is to not have the board splinter. And if people are wanting to take a position or sound off, that they not do that as Elliott board members. And so if there ever was a like question that Allie got, or that came up as, well, what's the position of the board on this? I think that was the reason why the question came out around, who do we turn to? Or you know, and maybe we don't. Maybe we just say, the board has not taken a position or something like that. But I think that's the broader context for why the question's in the document.
Haley?
This is a stickier issue than what I raised my hand for, so I'm just going to acknowledge that I was immediately looking to respond to Peter's comments, which I think are really important to integrate, Peter. I think that cultural aspect of, you know, yes, we're coming in with our interests and expertise, but we're here representing far beyond that, or representing what is best for Oregonians. And I think that that was really critical in me even wanting to join this board when I was approached about it. That was a big reason why I wanted to do it, was that there was that dedication and commitment to working together in that way, which is not the same of every board. And with the history of the Elliott and the future of the Elliott, I think it's absolutely integral that the board moves forward in that way. So I would make an argument that we do memorialize that in this document. Particularly, I think, with some of Melissa's comments of, we're doing this first and this is a new thing and we're going to learn along the way. But I think that's a good example of being adaptive and integrating something. I think that it could easily be put front and center in that member participation section. And Peter, you're incredibly good at articulating things, so you probably have the ability to draft some awesome language there. But I would really argue that we do add that there. And I think that it's really important, if you're going to have in the decision-making section talk about consensus, that you have an earlier statement about that culture of representation beyond interests in there. So just a plug for, I vote we make that happen. Just because we're on this like really sticky media thing, I think that this actually could get really sticky for us all moving forward. I think that there could be a desire by media to get the board's perspective beyond DSL's perspective, because I think that we're individuals and have various different connections and perspectives that are outside of government. And so I think that could be really potentially sought after. But I think that for all the reasons Ali stated, I am certainly no expert in all the context beyond media. And I do think that there is some value in consulting and aligning with DSL whenever, however possible. But I do think that we're not DSL, and like there's intention in having a board that is not DSL. And so I think that having a point of contact is essential. You certainly don't want, however many of us there are, 9 people responding to someone requesting media. So I think if that point of contact is our chair and our vice chair, and that the vice chair and the chair are committed to working with the full board on a response, and giving everybody a chance to say that might not be the best media for us to engage in, that particular source, or for that. I acknowledge that is sticky, and it does not address Ali's comments of like, you have to be quick in responding to media. So I think there's a lot to be figured out there, but I would just say that there probably is value in being able to speak on behalf of the board. And I think to Peyton's comments too, I think we have pretty good bullets prior in that media section. And if we really tighten up that prior section, where anyone speaking on behalf of the board would have to be sharing the board specific perspective. And if they diverge from that, that would have to be really clear. And it would have to be done by a trusted media source, because not all media sources do a good job of differentiating those two. And in a tight-knit community where a lot of folks on this board are known in other roles, I think that that's pretty important. So not super articulate, other than that's just really incredibly sticky, and we should think about it.
Thanks, Haley. Mike?
Haley, you put it all perfectly. I love the words you used. I fully agree with what you said and with what Peter was saying in regards to the way we do business. We got to this point by being cooperative with each other, listening to all points of view, and then working on a solution that took those into account, and that's why we're here now. That's why we've had to been able to get to this point. So I fully agree with that, and I like your thoughts too on the media point of contact. I would think that our chairman and vice chair would be the best points of contact, but as Ali mentioned too, just kind of making sure that we all give her a heads up, and vice versa, so that we're not getting crosswise with anything, but that we're putting a good foot forward and good view forward.
Before I go to Ally, thanks, Mike. We'll add a little bit here, and I think it's entirely possible that, you know, Haley, the local media may reach out, because they're at one of your meetings and may ask about a decision the Elliott has made, or a decision the Elliott is the board is considering. And I'm not in particular, I have no particular concern of Haley saying, yeah, this is a tough issue. This is what we've been discussing. This is the way I'd like to see it go. But we will all stand by the board's decision. And I think that sometimes that works better than no comment publicly. And I think any official request, certainly let's have a structure. But sometimes you're going to be ask a question and you might not even know it's a media question, or you might not know it's going to be interpreted that way. And more than anything, for me, I just think as board members, we agree that decisions made by the board are decisions made by the board, and we're moving on, and we're not going to fight those battles once again and have particular board members, and I don't anticipate this at all, simply maintaining a critical response to a board decision and well after the decision has been made. And sometimes it's hard to just and I think sometimes not particularly productive if all questions are ducked with a no comment, go see Ally. And so I think we have to be careful about that. But there may be times when I think as a board member, you can say, yeah, this is what we're discussing, and we will continue to. Ally?
Oops, Ally, you're muted.
On mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Can you still hear me? Sorry, I'm on my phone because Zoom was uncooperative on my computer. Keith, I was saying yes, and yes, absolutely to everything Keith just said. You all in your communities are rightfully going to be thought of as people in the know on the Elliott. And so when you get asked questions by and reporters are members of your communities. So when you get asked questions about what's going on, you shouldn't feel like you have to duck those things, you know. I very much want us all to be able to, and I think we are in a position where we're going to be able to stop living like we have to duck under, a table every time somebody starts talking about the Elliott. It's really like, I feel like we're on the downward edge and just streaming toward all good things here. So we should be able to empower each other to be able to talk about what's going on and to do so in a way that's not going to land anybody in hot water. So, if you all are going to be in places in your community and you get asked a question by somebody known to be a reporter or know to be not, and if there's an answer you can provide that is super straightforward, like you should be able to do that. And that is very much in alignment with what we have our DSL teams do. If they our overall policy is, if you get an email from a reporter, if you get a call from a reporter, if you can stop and check in with me before responding, do it. If you're in a situation where you really can't, or if it would be super awkward for you to say, can I check on that and get back to you? Then and you can, if you make an evaluation of hey, there's little risk there. I have the information. I'm going to answer this question. Then you do that, we can, and we should set you all up to be able to provide information about what the board's doing. And that's good. Overall, I think just having what's in your operating protocols be if the board members get an inquiry from a reporter, you check in with your chair, you check in with your vice chair, and then, you know, do a touch with me for that broader awareness so I can provide perspective as needed, or, you know, advise as needed. If you want some extra support on prep, on talking points, on DSL's planning to respond to this like this, then we can do it. But if what's built in is really the check and the touch, then I think that has us covered, and has, you know, DSL being able to do what we need to do as the agency with the overall responsibility for management of the research forest, and y'all being able to do what you need to do with regard to your responsibilities for guiding that management, and for ensuring accountability and transparency. So I'd be all good with that if that makes sense for the board.
Yeah, thanks, Allie. I appreciate that a lot. Jennifer, and then I'll wrap it up. You had your
Yeah, I was just, you touched on it there, which was that just reflecting on my experience when I was on the Parks Commission, checking in with the chair and vice chair just because they often have a sense of the other touch points around the board. And so that can be a super helpful piece that you added in there, Allie, too, is just kind of, if you have a question you want to make sure that it's, you know, capturing the full perspective. That was all.
Yeah, thanks, Jennifer. And I'm going to give a quick example of how we're going to be asked for information and comment a lot. And it's all, and it can be entirely appropriate. And last week or a couple of weeks ago, excuse me, I had a Zoom scheduled with Brett and with Darren and Amy and Emma, and I was in Coos Bay the morning before that morning, and so I just said, heck, I'll just do it from Darren's office, and went down and shook his hand, and so we met for a few minutes and 15 minutes and just introduced ourselves, and then we had a brief meeting, and then and it went well, and then I was out the door. We ended it, and before I got walking out of the door at Shutters, before I got to the door, my phone rang, and it's a gentleman in town who's been here a long time, was a school superintendent, very respected, and he's with the Rotary. He goes, "Can you come to the Rotary, you know, the local Rotary Club, and speak about the Elliott?" And I went, "Yeah, as a matter of fact, it's perfect timing because I'm going to drag our director with you too." So I figure I've got him right here, and told Darren we'd end up being invited. And he goes, "Great, he's going to be there." And inevitably there'll be questions about the Elliott, right? And it will never work to say no comment. That's a much less effective way of communicating as a board, and that's going to happen to all of you. And I think that answer the questions in a way that's honest, and please try not to pit members of the or decisions the board made against one opinion versus others, and be supportive of the process, and be careful, and that's the way I see that provision in there. And I can't even remember who brought it up now, but I think that's the way. I thank Allie for kind of coalescing everything into one great point. But those things are going to happen. Proceed cautiously, and I think it would be unreasonable for us to say no comment all the time. Here's Allie's phone number. It doesn't fly. So and Brett, I think I'll throw it to you here, and we'll move on. This was a great discussion, and we can revisit this again in the protocol document. Brett.
Okay, thanks, Keith. Yeah, I guess that's just back to you and tying this off, because I think, wanting to move along the agenda and the time.
And
it feels like this discussion's been really great. And I think what I am hearing and the feedback we're getting as an agency, and part of what I really appreciated Allie pointing out, is like, we're all there's a mission for this research forest, and we're moving towards it, and there are management policies, and they've been adopted. And within that, there's a little tension where, you know, certain values that are in those policies, some people on the board and in the public want to turn up more or turn down more. And the whole effort's been a nature of collaboration and compromise. And so what we're positioned to do as an agency, and I think this is where, like, looking to Allie as a resource as well as others in DSL, is Allie's got a ton of experience with the communications and media and kind of knows, probably not as well as some of you in the local community would know local media, knows broader context media and other outlets, and knows there may be a context for what's going on around an ask that comes forward. And so just like that cross communication and using us as an agency to help. But at the same time, I think what we heard was you are not DSL, and you don't want to be DSL, and you want to be your own voice as a board. And so while the board is a public body, government entity, you all represent experiences, backgrounds, and communities that are independent of government. And so I think part of this is how you as board members represent when you're talking about things from your own perspective versus the board's perspective. And it feels like on this protocol document, there's more work to do. And so I guess, Keith, my sense is the feedback we got in general, and this is really good. A bunch of areas have been called out in the document that need more work. There's a general interest, it feels like, in having a document like this in the interest of clarity and getting things down versus playing it fast and loose and just getting a sense of your feel across board members, like let's anchor into something. So feels like not time for a vote today on any protocol document, but we would do some editing working with you all between this meeting and next, bring this back. There's probably further discussion on it, but not ready for any adoption today. But I think maybe just to verify, is anybody feeling like, before we go put more work into the document, is anybody feeling like a document or further development of this document would not be helpful?
Nope.
Okay.
Good. And as we move forward, I want to highlight the words here that I think, and if you guys can see your board chat here, the chat that Peter just jumped in with, and Jennifer mentioned, or maybe it was Allie, talked about collaboration, compromise, and finding a way to best represent the interests of all of Oregon and all of Oregonians. And I think when questions come up, I think it's always beneficial to sort of highlight that that's the way this board has always operated and at best will continue to operate as we move forward. With that, I'm down. And what do we have now, Brett? Where are we?
We're at lunchtime.
We're at lunchtime. Okay.
So the plan is to be back at 12:30 your time. It's it's 5 minutes shorter than on the agenda, but hopefully folks can manage to within that, and we'll be back on the screen at 12:30 to launch into the rest of the day.
Got it. See you all there.
Yeah,
Thanks for good morning.
I probably won't return then because I need to prepare for my meeting at 1 o'clock. So I'll see you all after my meeting.
Yeah. So Vicki, Chris, any remarks before? I know both of you have to drop, and thank you for making the time. Any closing remarks from your end?
No, I love the discussion today. It's so cool because we're a real board. You're a real board now, and there's real actions to take. And this is all great. I love it. Thank you.
Absolutely. It's all good stuff. So thank you for your time and all the work y'all are doing on the Elliott as well. And Keith, I'm glad you got up to Shutters, and hopefully other board members get up there too. We're kind of excited with redevelopment too.
Yeah, it was great. They see the two staffers, one of which is the partner of a former student of mine who I'm still really close to. He's great. And then I'm leaving the place, and the next guy I bump into is a guy who graduated a year ahead of Vicky and at Reachport High School. So it was old home week, man. So yeah. And bon appetit. I'll see you guys. We'll see each other at 12:30.
Thanks, Linda. Okay, Mr. Chair, we're back. This is the Elliott State Research Forest Board of Director meeting, February 5th, 2025. And we are just returning from lunch.
Excellent. I hope everybody had good food. And we are to the 12:30 point of our agenda, and the item is to clarify roles and responsibilities. And Brett, it's on you.
Oh boy. All right. Straight after lunch. Okay. So what I am going to do is, well, first I'll introduce the agenda item real quick. This has kind of been a longstanding question, issue, point of interest that various board members have raised around, I think dating back to the Winchester Bay meeting and maybe even before, around as we're standing up the Elliott State Research Forest. Let's be clear around who has what responsibilities and roles between the State Land Board, the Elliott State Research Forest Board of Directors, and DSL. In part, the interest has been in part around clarity, both so that the board can understand where its responsibilities and duties and roles kind of stop and start vis-a-vis the land board, where DSL's got clearance to, I mean, part of this is in operational interests around an agency that's working to stand up program and manage the forest, but also ensure accountability to the public and you all as board members. So working out that space. And then part of this, I think, is also born of the nature of the shifts from having a statute with a board of directors embedded in the statute to losing that or having that statute nullified and being in a position of having created the Elliott State Research Forest Board of Directors through the legal authorities available to the state and to the land board without 1546, which put the board of directors in an advisory position to DSL. And so I think the things to start with are, we put out 2 documents for advanced reading on this, and one is the 2024 oversight structure that the land board adopted for the Elliott. And that document has important directional components that I think help, they're relevant to clarifying roles and responsibilities, but probably don't cover everything. And put out a second document that was authored by Peter Hayes as a board member that kind of gets into some of the things that, at least through one board member's eyes, still don't seem clear. And so what I'll put up right now is, I don't want to accuse or insinuate or anything about who has done advanced reading and who has not. But in case you have not read the oversight structure document, what I tried to do, and I'll flash it up on the board or the screen right now, is if I can share the right screen. I tried to create a document that is a condensed version of what the oversight structure says about lanes. Or like the key areas of responsibility. And let me try to get this. Oh boy. Can everybody see is the screen with faces on it in the way of the document, or can you see the document?
It's good.
Yeah,
okay.
I can see it.
Okay, great. So
hey, Brett, when you get a chance, why don't you just resend the documents to everybody, and just to make sure everybody has them. And I just tried to send you a quick note, but it says you're not in the meeting, so I can't even chat you within the chat. So when you get a chance, why don't you just resend all those too, please?
Okay. I feel like I'm in the meeting. So that, just to be clear, this document is not in the meeting material, the advanced materials. This is just an in-meeting visual that condenses the oversight structure document that was sent as part of the meeting materials. And then Peter, or as soon as I get out of this slide, Keith, I'll re-forward all the materials, or if Linda, if you're listening, if you could re-forward all the materials. You're only going to see the oversight structure and Peter's thought piece in the meeting materials. This, just to go through it really quick. This is the condensed version, not verbatim for sure, of what the oversight structure document that the land board adopted says about the different roles and responsibility, or the lanes that the respective governing structures for the Elliott are in. And so the state land board has some discrete areas of responsibility, but policy guidance is very vague and potentially large. But in terms of direct approval or denial of things, it's pretty discrete in terms of forest management plan and any amendments, any amendments we do to the habitat conservation plan, an expansion of lands on the forest, or exchange of lands or timber on the forest. And so those are the decision pieces that it has reserved for itself, along with board appointments, Elliott board appointments. The rest, by lack of mention or explicit mention in the oversight structures roles for the Elliott board, are outlined in here. And so as I put this thing together, what you can see is the widest and biggest lane of stuff that is contained, or responsibilities and roles that are contained in that oversight structure document, are actually you all, the Elliott boards. So you can see advise DSL's director and the manager on those 6 bullet points there. There's also a more explicit make recommendations after having received and considered public comments to DSL on 12 specific areas that are called out. I didn't put them in here just for ease of a visual, but 12 areas that are called out in that oversight structure document. So that includes plans, including the biennial operations plan, forest management plan, budgets, and then reports. So it's a fairly explicit carve out of 12 things. And then the board also has a role in lane and responsibility around promoting transparency and engagement with and from the public around Elliott decisions. And then some discretionary areas where the board can, request things of DSL around pursuit of funding, or form its own advisory bodies or subcommittees. And then the other lane is DSL. And so I cribbed and condensed into here the 3 areas that the oversight structure speaks to as here's what DSL is to do on the Elliott. And the first one is part of where it's fairly broad, right? It's like manage the forest and do it in a manner consistent with the mission and management policies. And that's our role of being a manager as an agency, and we want to do that effectively and efficiently. Safeguarding transparency, public accountability. And then our role this was built in to kind of ensure that the Elliott Board of Directors had a meaningful role and wasn't a rubber stamp board, but that we would commit to adopting recommendations that come from you all as a board to the greatest extent possible. And if we don't, then we articulate our reasons back to you all as a board in writing as to why we did or why we decided something different. So last thing, and I'll shut up here, is I guess I'd characterize these as moving from left to right. In terms of like speed of efficiency. Oftentimes taking something before the land board involves a lot of preparation and work, and then a lot of advanced work with land board offices and then with you all and the public. So the speed at which the land board can make a decision, it involves a lot of work, and there's a slow roll that leads up to a decision. The Elliott board, so that's on one end. DSL on the other end is potentially a faster pathway where, you know, we have staff, we're building staff and program, and we have a budget that's been approved and vetted publicly, but approved and appropriated to us. And we still have a lot, you know, it's the speed of government, so it's not lightning fast, but there's a lot that we can do within our lane. We don't want to do it in ways that get crossways with you all and state land board, but we can move a bit more nimbly than the state land board. And in the middle is somewhere in the middle is you all. Like, there's a lot of process and advanced work that needs to happen in preparing the Elliott board for a recommendation or a decision, or and a lot of vetting of public input. So it doesn't, you know, I think in the consideration of overseeing a forest and the state through DSL's ability to manage a forest on behalf of the public, there's a bit of a consideration here in this conversation, I think, around what we intend to move or have expectations around. Like, let's try to move that forward as easily and nimbly as possible, and considerations around the slower speed at which things move through other channels. So I'm going to leave this and come back to you all. And I think the purpose of that was to say we're not without clarity, I think, or direction from the oversight structure on where roles and responsibilities are, but that oversight structure document probably doesn't answer everything or all of the questions or concerns that you all may have. And
Thanks.
Keith,
Yeah, and I want to recognize as well, Peter, you did great work in this area, and so I when you let me see what I wrote down here. What were you thinking about when you produced your document and your suggestions?
Yeah, and thank you, and thank you, Brett, for your work on clarifying it, because I think many of the things that we really need to know and the answers to those questions I posed are answered there. And as I've watched our process so far, I think there's actually one thing that's unclear and structurally problematic that we could potentially address. So if you'll bear with me, if that's all right, Keith, I'll take a second to kind of outline that. Is that all right? Okay. So here's the preamble. Is I'm relatively new to this. What I may be highlighting may be dead wrong. And really my purpose in sharing it is not necessarily to persuade you, but to ask, like, what's missing, or see if we have some agreement. And I don't necessarily believe that we will resolve this in this conversation, but here's the briefest way to explain it is an observation of something I've been watching, a thing that I see as a structural problem with how we're set up. And then as a person who likes to have solutions to problems, suggesting what I think could be a relatively simple solution. So on the observation side, I think all of us know, whether we're board members or staff, working on the Elliott is full of ambiguities, right? Well, we need to figure this out, but we don't have the answer to that yet. We'll find out down the line. And I would divide our ambiguities between unavoidable ambiguities, like a question Haley raised, like, what do we know about the relationship with OSU? Like, we've been living with that ambiguity. Or what's the role of the tribes? Another one. And then I think the other ones are avoidable and resolvable ambiguities. So the thing I'm going to raise is something that to me has stood out from the get-go as a resolvable and important ambiguity. So my observation, second part of the observation, is the success of this whole operation, I think, has two foundations, and they're both interwoven. One is, how do we attract, support, retain the skilled, knowledgeable, committed people that we need to pull this off. And that includes staff members, board members, researchers into the future, and their ties to solid connections to funding. And it all depends on having an adequate level of confidence in reliable continuity. And I think the other thing that we really need in this operation is high quality policy making decisions, short, medium, and long term. So if you have that high quality policy making, then that's the foundation for that kind of continuity. So here's what I see as the problem is I think to make really good policy that will shape the future of the Elliott, there are a bunch of basic ingredients. One is the policymakers need to have adequate time to understand and consider the questions they have to answer. They need to have a foundation of knowledge and experience to inform those decisions. They need to have solid two-way connections to the Oregonians who are involved on these issues. They need to have reasonable insulation from political pressures. And I think they need to have an essential kind of stability and continuity and decision-making within their body. So Plan A, which was Senate Bill 1546, thoughtfully put policymaking in the hands of an Elliott State Research Forest Authority, this board. When that didn't advance, I think we all know we shifted to Plan B, which is what we're living with, for understandable and good reasons. And the authority for making policy decisions was put with the land board, with this board obviously as an advisory role. So my articulation of the structural problem is the land board, independent of the personalities, lacks those key ingredients to set policy for the Elliott. And it's not their fault. They have lots of other jobs other than setting policy for the Elliott. So my feeling is that as long as we don't acknowledge or address that problem, we're going to be compromised in our success. So if you're with me so far, here's my simple, maybe too simple solution, would be the possibility of this board taking a recommendation to the land board that would read something like this. The land board's policy decisions regarding the Elliott State Research Forest will follow the recommendations of the Elliott State Research Forest Board, period. Exceptions may be made if the land board disagrees and has made every reasonable effort to resolve the differences. So Plan A was Plan A for a reason, because people thought that was the best way to structure this. And I think we have the opportunity to modify Plan B and push it back toward what the intentions were of Plan A. So that's basically my articulation of a thing I think we can and should engage with. And I'm just interested in what other people have to say. And thanks for humoring me.
Thank you for being direct. And
and in a way,
yeah,
what I'm doing is
thinking about this.
So, Keith, you asked about kind of my thinking. Is the document I shared as all these kind of questions. In a way, what I just did was do sort of cannonball in the pool and say, let's cut to the quick. This is what I think really is the issue that I think we do need. We do and we can resolve. And I think the land board might find that a relief, because I think they realized that they're being asked to make a bunch of policy decisions that it's very difficult to make just because of structural issues.
So Peter, can I ask in the land board lane?
Yep.
Where they have, their decision-making authority is really around the forest management plan and amendments to it, and then HCP amendments. And then they have broader policy guidance responsibilities. I think, oh yeah, and then there's also the lane of, like, if it ever came to an expansion of lands on the forest or exchange of lands or timber. I think what you're getting at, or maybe just to verify what you're getting at, is when they do those things, which are limited, they should be doing them in concert with the people who are on the board of the research forest, who are, I guess, able or more connected to certain communities, more have time on their hands, in some ways more time than an elected official at the level of the three highest offices in the state. And that have a foundation in kind of what you were saying about knowledge, experience with the issues, and maybe aren't as are more insulated than them to political pressures. And that it basically, if you're channeling up a recommendation, you would like to see deference to it, unless there's kind of like in the DSL situation.
Yeah, isn't there a
Unless
similar?
there's some obvious reason why not, or some reason they feel like as their jurisdiction why they wouldn't want to do that.
We
that
have
what
a
you're-
very similar statement in regards to the DSL, correct? Nearly identical to the one Peter is suggesting.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so is that kind of where your
Yeah,
where
a
your
little bit
head's
where
at,
I'm coming
Peter?
from. If I think, whether it's nonprofits or agency or whatever, I am a real strong believer, and let's be clear on whose job is what, and let's be disciplined about staying in our lanes and be careful, for instance, not to have board members telling staff what they need to do. So I feel like in that structure, the job of a board is basically set mission, purpose, make policy decisions. And that the staff's job, in this case, DSL's job, their job is to implement those policies. So if our role is tied to either of the two groups, the land board or DSL, I feel like who we are and what we're constituted to do is much more closely tied to the work of the land board than it is to DSL. And that the one place I disagree with your summary was where you said, the widest responsibility is with this board as opposed to the land board. There are more words in that center column, but the things that really matter, that really will shape this, is in the left-hand column in the land board. And really, to me, a whole lot of this, my motivation is about stability and continuity. And if you have three people who are elected officials who are wonderful people, but they will come and go. And in order to attract the kind of researchers and funding and long-term continuity, we need a structure of governance that has a longer horizon and a longer sense of continuity than the normal ups and downs of state government. So that's where I'm coming from.
Well, that should provoke some discussion, I imagine. What do you all think?
I can live with that. I think that the land board is going to would wish to structure that language very carefully so that it isn't so that it can't be read in a way that says we make all decisions on the forest, right? That's not, and I don't know that's not what you're saying, Peter, at all. But if I think if it's structured carefully and we work carefully with the land board staff, we might get there with a statement like that.
And I assumed it needed work. It's just conceptual.
I see Jennifer has her hand up.
So I think, Peter, what you're offering is something which is to the point just made, it's something that is similar to the sort of guidance around if DSL were to do something different, they would need to explain why, and sort of like just articulating more explicitly kind of the hope that the guidance will be taken seriously by the land board. And I think clarity is always good. And I'm going to go back to something I think Melissa said earlier, which is like, we're going to be learning as we go here. And so I think, putting something forward that may help clarify that, for instance, that relationship, and then also just recognizing that, as we go forward and as we have things come to us as a board, as things evolve, as decisions come along, this kind of clarity can be helpful, and we might need to also need more clarity, or, have those situations where we say, okay, so this is a situation now where we're beginning to see some interesting, ambiguity that probably could be resolved. And then we may need to come back and sort of, once again, think about clarifying things as we go forward. So I just kind of want to recognize that as we're living through this process, the opportunity to be recognizing this may not clarify everything and that we may be learning as we go, as things come to us. And then we need to surface, as a board, okay, this is something where we're finding an odd tension, or whose role is this, right? And why is it important to know, right? So that I like what you're doing to try to bring some of that clarity. And I just want to recognize that, we'll probably need to be a learning organization as we go forward, so that we can be sort of thinking about these things as they come along.
Well, an added piece of it is, if we went this direction, there are a number of other questions of how do we make sure that this board and DSL has the capacity to help us do those things that we would say we're going to do. Because just coming together and offering advice is one thing, but reaching consensus on serious decisions and saying, do we really endorse the FMP, for instance, that's a different thing. So I think it's not like this is the one and only ambiguity we need to resolve, but I think along the lines of what you're saying, Jennifer, it's linked to a whole series of other things that are on our ongoing adaptive management to-do list, I think. Are there holes in my rationale? Were there any places where I got it wrong or people would see it differently?
I'm curious, what others think.
Haley?
I don't have super organized thoughts on it at the moment. But one question that's kind of circulating in my head is this like policy versus operational board. And I think that's really conflated right now in the work that we're doing. Excuse me. And I think that that's part of actually what has felt challenging and confusing to me, even just as an executive director of a board-run organization. And some of this, I think, is in, kind of organizational growth. And I think that we're standing something up. And that can kind of conflate those lines, I think. But I also think it underscores the importance of having the board oversight and having it be meaningful and kind of maintaining the integrity of the intention behind having a board that is comprised of a bunch of different perspectives and people that operates really differently than the land board, as you've laid out, Peter. And I think that right now it's really muddy. And I think we saw and felt that in some of our Winchester Bay conversations of our role versus the land board versus DSLs didn't feel clear. So we were sitting there and having a conversation, which I think was really fruitful. And it was really fruitful between 7 people who have, different perspectives. But ultimately it wasn't really our decision. Like, we sat there and had it and we played kind of consensus and made a decision. But for me, it wasn't really a meaningful decision that really was in our court. And so all to say, I think the clarity is important. And I think that the questions you outlined and how you talked about kind of like function piece is really important. And I am just a little stuck on the standing up the forest versus long-term management of the forest. And I think it's important to acknowledge where we are at in this process and what is the Oregon way of standing up something new. And I think the Oregon way is that it is being driven by a more diverse crowd than the 3 highest elected officials. And I'm not sure that that's actually how we're structured nor operating right now.
I thought that was helpful, Haley, to hear you reflect on the forest management plan experience and kind of how that relates to some of what I think you're getting at, Peter, around feeling time constrained and what's this board's role.
Well, that's a good bit of what motivated me, is watching the land board approve the forest management plan and saying, there are a lot of really interesting questions in that forest management plan, right? And I thought, like, I don't think and again, no fault to them, I don't think they have a clue of what's really in here that they're approving. And two, from a process point of view, we were trying to do sort of consensus, but we were asked to approve a plan that we actually hadn't seen the final draft of. So it just felt kind of funky, and everyone was doing the best they could in a complicated situation. But to me, that really highlighted this, like, is this really going to result in the kind of policy making that this enterprise really needs to be able to do?
And I think that's highlighted in a time when there's now staff on board. Like, I think if there's ever a time that it's even more important, it's now. And I think that even my comment earlier when Chris was like, yeah, we're going to hire a research coordinator. And I was like, oh, wow, we've determined our research model, which to me feels squarely in the board's periphery. And I think that it's important that the board takes time and talks about that, and we hear each other thinking through that together. But operationally, staffing is totally a DSL call, but that to me was related to a policy decision that I didn't think we quite had. And acknowledging that DSL has not flown that position yet. I acknowledge that. But I think it highlights some of what you're talking about, Peter, because decisions like that are the policy decisions that are going to set up this forest future. And it seems important that that's had at the board level.
Mike?
Hey, thank you. Yeah, Peter, I don't know if this connects to what you're saying. I like what you're saying, but I was having trouble just reading through the document in section 1 and trying to get my thoughts around working with tribes and that coordination. And the way I'm reading it, that's done through the land board. That in section 1, it outlines their roles, and it looks like as far as over in B8, seeking active partnerships with tribes, tribal governments and such. That looks like it's all packaged under the responsibilities of the land board. So I guess I jotted that down before. Obviously, I heard you highlighted it before you talked, but I would like some clarity on that. Like you're talking about the different roles and understanding them, because yeah, what the job or the responsibilities of this board versus DSL staff, and then the land board itself, considering tribes. That's a big question that I have.
I think that's a really important point, and I'm glad you brought it up. And it's part of the challenge of how do we structure this whole thing, given the complexities of it, how important it is to relate to tribes, obviously not as stakeholders, but as government to government. So I think that you bring up a really important point that I actually hadn't thought of enough, that we need to look into about how might that fit into this.
But it is under your umbrella of making sure we understand and we clarify those roles up front, because as many people on here know, that's those are important conversations, and you want to get into them correctly. You don't want, kind of like with our communication strategy, you don't want somebody moving forward with thinking this is what we're going to do, and then taking a potential good relationship and tanking it early on. And Mike Kennedy has wealth and knowledge and experience in this area. But yeah, it's you start into those conversations, you need to understand who's doing what, obviously.
Well, that's a little bit of where I was coming from, and Haley said it better than I did, is having the policy decisions be made by people with a deeper, wider connections to the realities of Oregon. So having this board, even though Mike Wilson cannot represent any tribe in the conversation here, it is a conversation that has two people with deep experience in tribal forestry, which is different than three people with a land board sitting down and trying to understand the same decision. So it's a different environment for making policy decisions.
Yeah, one thing,
I think we have a non-board member or staff member with a hand raised. And I'm going to not call on them right now. We do have time set aside for public comment at the end of the meeting. And I think that unless there's a hue and cry to hear that comment right now, and I think we'll just leave that until that public comment portion. And I hope the public understands that.
yeah, and I think just not positive, but I think that's Chance White Eyes, who works with Oregon State and is working a lot on these issues around Indigenous engagement. So if that's you, Chance, if you don't mind holding until the public comment period, I think what you have to say is certainly relevant and desired. But Keith, I know you're trying to maintain process.
Thanks,
So
Chance.
what I raised my hand on is just to clarify, Mike, what you said in the land board's purview. Like, they have adopted the mission and the management policies for the Elliott State Research Forest, and those include, the direction to advance or work to advance Indigenous partnerships and work with tribes and matters of equity. But they're not going to be in at a government to government level. Certainly like tribal council, chief, government to government with governor's office or, governor's lead staff or agency directors, there's that level. But in terms of like the actual work of making partnerships real and trying to investigate and listen around where the space and opportunities are, I think what you're getting at, Peter, is that's not like those three highest elected offices in the state are not going to be digging into the details of that on the Elliott State Research Forest. And it is a matter of where, at least three of you on the board have experience working for or with tribes and Mike, you are a tribal member yourself, and that there's more capacity and maybe experience and background at this level to be carrying that work forward. But I just wanted to clarify, Mike, it's not going to be a duty of the land board to do that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I thought maybe that was the case. I just don't see it called out later in the document when you get into the duties of our board, the duties and responsibilities in section 3. It gets fairly detailed as far as, the hiring and the reviewing operational plans and then the education plans, recreation plans. So I don't see it called out in that side or for the DSL. So something that would help us greatly to understand those, again, just what I said before, those responsibilities and roles.
Yeah.
Unless I'm missing it somewhere. That's the only place I saw it called out was there early on when it was talking about the roles of the land board. And again, you're right. It is talking about setting the mission and the policies. Who implements those or takes them forward. That's important also.
Yeah, agreed.
Any other comments on roles and responsibilities? Thank you for all that, by the way.
Well, and Peter, Keith, and I don't want to speak for Darren, Ryan, Emma, anybody else, but just in thinking about our lane within DSL, there is an interest in, like, as the entity with staff and the direction to manage and advance operations on the forest. I don't think what you're saying, Peter, is contrary to this, but and maybe it's helpful to this. I think as an agency, we're not going to want to get crossways with the board, you all as a board of directors, but we are wanting to be able to manage effectively and not have to check in all the time about X, Y, or Z thing. So I think in some ways, and maybe it's to play this out over a longer period. There's or a longer discussion later, but I think there's an interest in that expectation type setting of like, okay, where's the space to just go operate, implement, work, and then where's the space where we need that kind of constant conversation and engagement with the board. And that's part of, feels like what we're still trying to figure out.
Thanks. I'm going to go to Mike and Jennifer and then suggest that we can move this discussion. We'll have it later as well, but we have, we're about to the 1:15. We're going to get there to the New Horizon work and in an effort to stay on task. And so Mike and then Jennifer, and let's just agree if we pull off a staff retreat, we can revisit these issues at that time as well. If they continue to be important. Mike?
Yeah, and I agree with what Brett was just saying. It would be really good, I think, from the staff's point of view, to know too, is where those levels of, when should the staff be coming to the board about issues? When can they have free rein to do what they need to do based on policies and everything that's been done. When I worked for the Celeste tribe, we had kind of a similar situation. The tribal council was the ultimate authority. And then the staff reported to the tribal council, but there was a natural resources committee that the staff would take policy and specific things to, and the committee itself was essentially a subcommittee of the tribal council. So their job was to advise the council and to provide advice to the staff, but ultimately it was the staff's duty to implement everything. So it's kind of similar. The committee didn't have any authority, to specifically tell staff to do something or not do something. It was all recommendation to council, but we would always take things to the committee to bounce ideas off of them and get a good idea what we should put forward to tribal council, and then hopefully gain the committee's consensus to recommend approval to the council. But as with the land board, the tribal council didn't have the time or background to look into every fine detail of everything, and that was the committee's duty to look through all that with stuff brought by the staff. So I see similar things here. It's just need to make sure that our roles are clearly identified. So staff isn't wondering, do I have to get every little thing approved by the board, and so that they can do their jobs and all too. So
Thanks. Thank you.
Yeah, and I was just going to pick up on that and say, and going forward, thinking about it may help to just think about scenarios, and this would be something having staff involved with, as well as like, so if this kind of thing comes up, this decision, this, whatever it is, what is the process, who's involved, what are the responsibilities, and that can sort of help flush out some of those areas where, again, clarity would be helpful. So looking forward in the next 6 months, year, just having an exercise where, one could do that might help kind of get to some of these areas where clarity is particularly valuable.
Thank you all for the input there. Obviously, there's lots to be revisited here, and we'll certainly get to it in the near to middling future. And with that, let's move on to New Horizon work. Brett?
Yeah, when you first said New Horizon, I had this vision in my mind, Keith, of like some hybrid between the Deepwater Horizon and the New Carissa, and like this like oil-ridden shipwreck on the coast, and that is not our horizon. But there are some things on our horizon, and this is a discussion agenda item and not an action item. And I want to be, I guess, I feel like it's important, Keith, that we move through it knowing that this is part of the broader theme of this meeting where we're going to get to the draft operations plan, which is about operational next steps. But there's a lot of the agenda in this meeting that's really about the reality that this is a new creation around the research forest. We're learning as we go. This is a new board. A lot of the agenda subjects are about how you all work together, how we work with you as an agency. And so this is another one where on the New Horizon work, there are certain things, and I think it's really important is we have staff, Darren as manager, and Emma, Amy, and myself, Ryan, and Eric are working together on the operations front. There's a lot going on, and there's certain important work, really important work that when the land board made the forest management plan decision, and when we advanced that forest management plan decision, a lot of what we did was placeholder some things that we knew we were going to need more work and that we were going to need to come back to the land board on in October with the potential amendment or set of amendments to the forest management plan. And not all of it may rise to the need for that, but there are placeholders in important areas of work that are now right on the horizon, on, you know, pretty close to the windshield, where we are going to be working as staff, but where there's also, I think, existing and probably deepening interest amongst board members for engagement, and frankly, like, we're going to need help too. So some of the things that I wanted to call out, and there's no like advanced reading on this one, but we placeholdered, and Haley, you called this out earlier, the research partnership model for the Elliott. We didn't have it neatly ironed out in October of last year, and the forest management plan describes a lot of that in the status of ongoing conversations with Oregon State, but also the interest in the research forest being something that where there's space for a conversation beyond just the triad model in the 2021 research proposal, and for partners, including tribes, but also state agencies and others around, and even different academic institutions around what the research partnership model looked like on the Elliott, or could look like on the Elliott. And that's something that we have been working with Oregon State and talking about, but it's also part of a set of conversations that need to keep going with tribes around how and how it looks to integrate Indigenous stewardship in the research and the management and that's something we need to listen on and be working on discussions there. So that's one big piece, is this, you know, the research partnership model. Specific, another piece that we placeholder was around, we knew and we heard at the time that there was transition happening within various tribes, and there was a desire to both make sure that there was a commitment from the state and through our forest management plan to not pay lip service and meaningfully advance the conversation about Indigenous integration into stewardship and research on the Elliott, and conversations and partnership development around how that could look. And also specifically, not just saying the words in the forest management plan, but making a commitment to doing that work. And at the same time, taking the time to do that work. So we did both in the forest management plan, and there's a lot of work that we just can't do on our own there, that takes direct work and outreach with tribes and two-way communication, feedback, and just intentional effort. Another one is around recreation and education. We have a whole planning piece to do around recreation and education on the Elliott. Like, we haven't cut off any ongoing recreational work or educational work, whether it's with Southwest Oregon Community College or others. But I think we heard a lot during the forest management plan process around the desire for a more organized approach to recreation and intentional approaches that can elevate broader social and economic values for communities and economies, and then educational opportunities that are building on and broader than what's been done to date. And so there's a whole set of planning that needs to happen there. And restoration, particularly aquatic restoration and the strategy there, as well as monitoring, that was called out by a number of entities in the forest management plan, and we recognized the input as valid, said we didn't have all the answers in the forest management plan, that we needed to really downscale that into more specific strategy and partnership work across research and implementers of restoration. So those are some key areas where we're having ongoing conversations, including with board members and also broader partners. And it's some of the stuff that's really on the near horizon and windshield. And we need help, but I think we also really want to know where folks are going to have time and energy from the board's end, an interest in really kind of biting into this and leaning in.
So that was tossing it to board members there to jump in.
Yeah, I think wanting to get a sense of, are you seeing any other key areas that on your mind really need attention? I just kind of went through the ones that I know we've called out in our forest management plan and parked as placeholders, and where it feels like they're broader than basic implementation. They're much more about the big picture dials around what this research forest can become.
Board, Jennifer, there you go. Thank you.
So I'd be interested in spending time on the research framework idea. And I think, just one of the things that I think is really important to me is that we really make sure that as we think about the research agenda and sort of whatever the structure is, that it's inclusive of just not academia. So that's just a really high priority for me. So I kind of want to put that out there, that I'd be glad to spend time on that piece of it. And that is one principle that I'm going to be carrying with me. So I'm hoping that others will also be interested in spending time with that, because I think that one of the biggest opportunities for me here with this whole enterprise is that we really are thoughtful about what it looks like to have a research forest that is informed by questions and topics and issues and concerns that are definitely more inclusive of that. I know the piece of the perspective that tribes should be carrying in that piece is critically important, and there are others. So I'm interested in spending time on that, and I just wanted to sort of highlight some of the concerns that are top of mind for me, or the interests that are top of mind for me.
And the same opportunity for other board members, or there are particular areas of interest that you're prepared to spend time on and wade into, Haley?
Yeah, I'm really interested in the restoration monitoring aquatics strategy piece, and think that I could definitely offer some good connections and venues and to help develop that. I'm also interested in the research model. I think that's really important. And again, have a lot of kind of connections on, both local and state and federal side of that, and share some of what Jennifer just chatted about and thinking that through. So, Brett, you propose these with like no parameters on time commitment and ask for commitments. So, given that ambiguity, as that's defined, obviously would be able to commit more specifically, but I'm certainly interested in those two components.
Thank you. Yeah, that's totally consistent with I guess what what I've heard before. And can we come back to what you said, like go around the horn with the board, but then maybe come back to what you said earlier about the consortium model, Haley, because I didn't want to, feels like that was important to talk about earlier and we punted it.
Board? You can just jump in, no need to raise your hand here.
I'll jump in, although I've yacked too much today. My attitude toward this is kind of where can I be most useful? So I think deferring to staff or leadership on the board to point me in direction how I could be useful. There are 5 areas I think I have the most kind of experience, interest, and relationships. Probably the most important one is the silvicultural dimensions. How do we move from concepts and good intentions to the realities? How do we strengthen a community of practice related to silviculture into the future? And obviously following and supporting the capable staff on that. Second one was the whole research dimension. I'm no academic researcher, but I'm interested in it, and part of my life has been tied to that academic world. The carbon credit one, I think is really important. How do we ensure credibility? That was a theme that has come up and I think will continue to come up. So I think having board vigilance about credibility on the carbon agreement. I have a lot to learn on it, but I'm particularly interested in Indigenous stewardship. Again, how do we move from fancy words in a forest management plan to actually living those intentions? And the last one is a recovering educator, kind of the education and outreach and recreation thing is another one that's kind of up my alley. So mostly it's how can I help?
Sounds like everything. No, this is helpful. Thank you, Keith, for just going around the horn. This is helpful because this is part of where we don't want to miss. Like we don't want to be talking about scheduling meetings, advancing work, and then missing with you all as board members as to where you want to be plugged in. And also where it feels like we know we need help.
Mike or Peyton?
I guess something I'm just kind of struggling with to wrap my head around a little bit is without a research partner, I feel like this lacks direction a little bit. Like, is our operations driving the research or is the research driving our operations? And without a research partner, how do we know what direction our operations are going? I have lots of areas of interest, but I'm struggling to focus on those without this kind of larger question being answered.
Yeah, I'll give Peyton's was very good. Most of my I guess direct knowledge help would be around forest management and working with tribes and the combination of those two, tribal forest management. Kind of where I'm interested in but have less experience. I live close to Oregon State's Dunn Forest and the research projects and the management that goes on out there, and the recreation that's available in Donald and Dunn, and utilize both of them in those areas. So really interested in how you do the research on a large scale like this and how you get people involved in that and partners. But then and along with that, the combining the recreation. And like Peter said, happy to help as I can.
If if Peyton, if you don't mind, I think your question, and I've been meaning to do this, I was actually going to wait until the end of this discussion. And because we've not invited Emma and Darren in to be part of the discussion since early in the meeting, and we ought, I think. And so, Darren, I think that's one that is going to be one that you're going to have to play with or deal with or help us figure out. And that's without a research partner and research coming in kind of a jump and stop format where and yet operations continuing on the forest. How do we balance? What's going to be the key to balancing those two processes? One that's going to be ongoing, and then the other, once research starts, it'll be ongoing. But in terms of incorporating new research into the forest, where's the magic formula?
And that's the part I'm going to have to be trying to figure out. And obviously, I'm still in that learning stage of where we're at, and because I've had some of the same question about where we're at with the research and our discussions around the consortium and that. And so I think a lot of that has to I have to have a little bit more information about that, where we're at with that, before I can probably really speak to that. But I didn't believe me. I recognize that that was a great point that Peyton brought up about being careful about what's driving what. As research can drive operations, operation can drive research, but how do we do that if we don't have all those pieces kind of lined out? So I guess I'll kind of leave it at that, because I'm still kind of in that, need some more information on some of that to really speak intelligently, I guess.
And Emma, any comments or things to add here? And then Ryan, I'm going to jump in on that particular question and get some input from you as well, if you don't mind. Emma?
I would love to hear what Ryan has to say. I'm in a similar boat as Darren of really learning and thinking through these things myself, but I'm sure Ryan has something really thoughtful.
All right, Ryan, how
Thoughtful would be an overstatement, Emma, but
so how do we make that work? That we're going to have day-to-day operations on the forest, in terms of maintenance and all sorts of things going on. Research is going to come in on a timeline that right now we're unsure of. How do where's the magic in the balance, and how do we?
I don't think there is magic at this point in time. I think we've been given direction to move forward with starting to get this forest up and running and actively managed. I think there's going to be some research that can come in right away, but I also don't think we can push the pause button and make sure everything is lined up perfectly before we start, because I don't see where that is yet. So I think the one bright spot is and you'll see this in my presentation later, is with riparian thinning. We've had some really good talks there with Gordy and their team, and I think we're in a pretty good position to get that up and going. But yeah, I mean, it's a pretty tough spot to be in. I think, at least initially, this forest is going to have to get up and going, and the research is going to have to be folded in, probably not perfectly. Maybe once we get kind of this, I guess, so-called consortium or whatever in place, that will start to come in later. But it doesn't mean that what we do in terms of operations these first 2 to 4 years is going to disrupt future research. It's not like we're going to go in and have a footprint all over the forest. I think we carefully selected where we're going to go here initially, and trying to stay out of the core of some of the original triad design as best we could. It's not perfect, but I think we're going to figure it out. It's just, it's just a tough spot to be in. I do know that we can't just sit idle and wait till everything lines up. And that, how research is. I mean, PhDs want to have things perfect, and it's just not going to be perfect. And there's an 80-year commitment in the HCP. I think we got a lot of time to figure stuff out. So by operating the forest, I don't think that's putting us in a bad position for future research. That's my unthoughtful response there.
No, that was a very thoughtful response, and I think a valuable reminder that we have some responsibilities about the operations of this forest and eventually a forest that supports itself too. So thank you for that, Ryan. Thanks. Mike?
Yeah, I think Ryan really hit it on the head there. It's kind of a chicken and egg sort of thing. We need to have some operations going on so we can fund things. But yet we don't want to infringe on the possibilities of research in the future. I've seen a number of the research ideas anyway. They all talk about several years worth of monitoring before anything occurs. So we don't want to get into a position where that can't happen, and so that the research then can compare before and after type work. But one thing I do want to make sure that whatever research does occur in the future, that it's geared towards practical applications, and not just research for the sake of, gee, I wonder what would happen if we did this sort of thing, but that it has real world applications down the line, because that's really what I think this forest is going to be about, is hopefully solving some future problems in novel ways. So.
Yeah, and Mike, a quick response to that. I think you all be really interested in, maybe, Brett, we can figure this out in some of our conversations with state partners. So we've had some really good conversations with ODF&W and ODF, DEQ as well, and they are also really interested in applied research. And so I think that group in itself it's been really fruitful conversations. And I think I think having those folks, maybe Brett, somehow, maybe having somebody come and speak, or maybe you can take what they've kind of reiterated to us, and then we can have that as a topic in one of these board meetings, because I think it's really important, their input to applied practitioner kind of research that could be part of this research forest.
Yeah, thanks, Ryan. There's a lot of interest there. And I know Jennifer and Haley have their hands up, but as part of I guess some of what we are doing right now is, so long as the federal funds flow in there is some if around that, the baseline monitoring work will begin. Like, we're not waiting on that out of the gate. We're working through the MOA with OSU on the approach to baseline monitoring, and then getting instrumentation going with that funding. And so that's been something that, Katie and others at OSU have always highlighted, like, a research forest needs baseline monitoring. That's the gold, and don't wait on the baseline data. The other things, like Ryan mentioned, the RCA thinning, and then in that Appendix D, it's kind of I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, Keith, but there are some discrete research projects that folks are proposing and interested in doing in the Elliott and getting going. And another thing to consider is just, it's not formal or typical research, but we have a lot of assumptions that may be right, may be wrong, around logging costs, mean annual increment growth, like how much volume is there, what revenues can actually be produced. And so we won't know the answers of those until we start doing something. So there is a bit of this cart and horse element to things. I think part of what Keith, we should come back to, whether it's here at a future conversation around the research consortium, is it is more complicated, but it's less exclusive, and it enables more space for other entities who are tied to science and research and interested in all that, whether it be state agencies, tribes, other institutions than OSU, local watershed practitioner. It allows for it's a broader tent.
And before I go to Jennifer and then Haley, Brett and Ryan, you both mentioned in discussions with other that there's some proposals coming down the pike for research on the forest. And I think next time we get together, let's talk about some of those. I not that we need to approve, but I think the board would certainly like to see what some of those look like. Thanks. Okay, Jennifer, Haley, and then at some point we'll roll forward. Thank you.
I was basically going to say what Brett just said. which is that I think it's an opportunity to be, I think one of the really cool opportunities we have here is to think about a different kind of framework for thinking about research. Who gets to think about what those questions are, how we have that line of sight between, to your point, the point several people made about like what could be some what's the practical application, how can people use it, and I do think that where we are right now is a really rich moment to be thinking about that structure. And so it's not just a partner, but like we all probably have ideas about really important questions, and how do we think about a structure around the research that's responsive, inclusive, and also can move things forward, right? So that it's not bogged down. So I think those are the really interesting kind of governance of research questions that I'm excited to explore further. And I think it is a really great opportunity to make it responsive and more inclusive.
And I'm stealing your line. I've never heard it before. That was great. The idea that we're at a rich moment here. I think that's a great phrase. And I thank you for allowing me to use it without me asking. So, Haley.
I think that I hear the chicken and egg thing, but I think the question that Peyton just raised and the way that we just went about addressing and talking about that highlights a pretty deep lack of clarity at the policy level. And it was just like how that went was just a little jarring for me in that. And I feel that we should have been able to have a clear and salient, like values driven answer to that should be already well defined. And if it's not well defined, it's got to be, and it's got to be now. I understand, Ryan, your comment is well taken. Like, we can't halt the world. Like, we got to get moving. We got to get stuff done. But at the same time, like, we're tasked with like standing up this state of the art, internationally known, like all of that is like woven throughout this land board document, DSL document on like what our policy and purposes. But I feel like we just really fumbled through that at all levels and couldn't like clearly tie what we're doing to that. And I think that's really problematic. I understand, this is part of my comment to Lambert in October, like at some point we have to put some things on timelines and make decisions. And this like constantly punting the research thing, I think is problematic, because I actually think that defined in this oversight structure document, it is a research forest that is supportive of rural economies and timber activities and hunting and fishing and restoration and all those things. But it's a research forest, and we're leading with the operations, which again, I understand there's a whole aspect to operations that has to get done, but this is an issue. I'm concerned about it. And I think at some point we need to like draw some parameters, make a little bit more of a plan, and be really clear about roles and policy, because I think that I don't want to fumble this. And I think we could do that for Oregonians if we can't, even as a board and staff, answer at minimum what our values and policies are. Even if the answer is we're still figuring out how to operationalize that, and there's some deep challenges to what comes first and second and third. I acknowledge that, but we should be able to more saliently be grounded in a foundation as we work through this. I just think it's really important.
Where would you like to see us be in 3 months? Minimally. Is that a fair question, Haley?
But yeah, back to my comment, Peter, where do I think we should be in 3 months?
If you felt like we're trend positive this on, I just arbitrarily picked 3 months, but what would progress look like that would make you feel better?
Well, I think one, it would be all of us having a similar response to Peyton's question. All of us being able to have clarity on kind of values and principles. I think it would be working through the conversation we talked about today, you know, we brought it up last time when we were talking about chairs and vice chairs, and we're like, but what is everyone's role? What is the board's role? We're making decisions and leadership decisions, which I think is fine. Like we got to have Melissa and Keith drive the ship. I think that's important. But also, like, in the next 3 months, I think we need to figure out what the board's role is and what the staff's role is and what the land board's role is with more clarity in a way that everyone's comfortable with, given the statute transition. And I think, I see it as like a prime role of setting Darren and Team Up for Success is we should be able to clearly articulate to Darren, like, here are the values and the priorities. This is the order of operations that you should be figuring these things out in, or, here's what you're tasked with. But I think that lack of clarity is a tough spot to put a new manager in a community that's asking a lot of questions and concerned. I don't know, Peter, that's not like a great answer to that. I certainly would want to think about that, but the lack of clarity in like roles and the foundation of the forest, I think, is a hard spot to be in. And I don't want to be that in there in perpetuity. And I think we kind of keep eking in that ambiguity because we're like, well, we need to get something done. I think we saw that in the carbon sequestration conversation. I think we saw that in passing an FMP that we didn't even see, the full final version of, again, valid reasons for that. DSL and team are working incredibly hard to get clarity and movement in a highly ambiguous situation. I don't want to downplay any of that. I see that, but I just think we're going to continue to have the same kind of chronic challenges if we don't kind of like address them more head on.
Yeah, can I say you've been really, this is nothing if not consistent, because I think Haley, in your comments to the land board around the forest management plan, I think you were in the position of wanting to be able to, within 3 months of that land board meeting last October, be able to say, do we have a lead research partner or not? And where are we going? And so I think you've been really consistent in flagging this. And Peyton's question is like totally astute and hitting on the awkward thing that is part of the messiness of, I don't know if they're within the rich opportunity thing, or great coined phrase, part of the richness, I guess I'd venture to say, is still like not everything is perfect, and there is a lot to figure out, and there are consequences to waiting. And it feels like on the research role where we've landed, at least, is knowing that it feels like, and this is part of what we heard, just moving forward with OSU as the lead research partner, we're implementing the triad. That is not necessarily what we've heard, either from OSU, it's saying we're not wanting to be the lead research partner. We think the consortium idea could be better. And then thinking about it ourselves and kind of reflecting on the input that we've gotten through the FMP process from tribes, but also others, about the triad and research and opportunities that exist. And yeah, I think this is helpful in a frank discussion for Darren and Emma to be part of, and like shaping how you will carry forward in this work, because it's one of the messy areas where we need help here. We need like people to be leaning in between meetings and helping us sort this out.
Peyton, ask your question again, will you please? The point you made and the question you wrote.
Is operations guiding the researchers, research guiding the operations?
And within that, Peyton, like what I don't hear you saying is, let's not cut a tree until we've got everything dialed on the research front. Like that would be an odd thing to hear from you.
I fully understand that the forest needs to get up and running. It just seems like reading the FMP, so much of that is based off of what the research is going to be. And I'm just struggling to understand how you get the forest up and running without a clear direction of what that research component is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm not saying the halt all timber sales. Let's be very clear with that.
Okay, thanks. Anybody else with anything to add there? That was a good discussion.
I put this in the chat, but I also think that I know a retreat is hopefully in the near term plan. And it seems like this is exactly at the heart of what we need to come out of a retreat with, right? Which is better clarity. And I really appreciate what you raised, Haley and P.
Okay.
Also, just one parting thought on the research thing. I think there's a difference between saying, okay, we've got the whole research thing dialed in or we don't. I think we're actually in a spot where we could say realistically, this will be a steps in the process thing, like to get from here to knowing much more. And here are the steps we are committed to taking to help us get to a point where we have a clearer sense of how the research is going to work. And so that seems like both internally and externally, if we could do that, I think we should do that.
Yeah, and part of this discussion, Keith, I hopefully like what we wanted to know, and I think we heard it, was who we as staff, including, you know, Darren M and others, and integrating into the work, like who we should be working with and can call upon, and they're not going to say, why the hell are you asking me? I'm too busy. Like who we can be working with on certain key areas of next steps from the board. And then in turn, people who are on the board having kind of that liaison role back to the full board around, you know, here's what we've worked on since the last time we all met as a full board, and here's some stuff to bring back up from the work so that there's integration between staff and board on some of these key pieces on the windshield. So I think we got enough of that, but we might circle back just to clarify. We didn't want to get crossways with any of you, and I feel like also Keith as chair, like you knowing which members of the board are going to be working on which pieces, and fellow board members knowing who's doing what between meetings, and having wherewithal on that is important. Like we won't do we're not going to hold meetings where we're having a quorum. We can't do that. Of board members, but we can be working with individual board members around important pieces of work, and then bringing that back up to the full board.
Everybody good? Okay. Thanks. And let's roll on then into the draft operation plans for 25 to 27. Ryan and Eric.
Yeah, well, after that discussion, this will be the wet blanket presentation. Awesome. So there's Eric. Yeah, I do have a PowerPoint. I think once we get going with this, I'll share my screen. I'm not sure if I'll see questions or not. If you do have questions about the presentation, during the presentation, if they're just quick clarifying questions, go ahead and ask them. Maybe Keith, you could be the person to say, hey, we got a question. If there are more discussion, deeper questions, please save that for after the presentation. That would make it a little bit easier for discussion purposes. So with that, and then Eric, I think most of you guys know Eric Farm. So he's with Farm Unlimited, and he and his team have been doing a bunch of work, really leading the work for developing the biennial operations plan and getting us to this point. And so Eric I'll lead the presentation. Eric, you can jump in and clarify or expound on anything I'm saying here. I think mostly this will be some interesting discussion after we're done. So I will see if I can share the screen.
And hey, Ryan, before you jump in, can you, just for the broader public, just say who you are and give us a
Sure, I can do that. Let me.
sense of how long you've been working on this.
Yeah. So, my name is Ryan Singleton. I'm the DSL Forester. basically been pinch hitting on the Elliott for the last, I don't know, since I've been hired here, the last 6 years. And it doesn't go away, but that's fine. I'll just do whatever's asked of me. And so until we get more staff on board, you'll probably be seeing me at these meetings and helping out with the forestry technical end along with Eric until we get somebody hired and we can move forward. So is that good enough, Brett?
Perfect.
Yeah, I think that's helpful.
Okay.
Thanks.
Share. Presentation. Share. Okay, I'll stick it in slide mode. I don't know. What can you guys see this?
Yes.
Okay. I don't think it's really in presentation mode. Let me try it again. There we go. Okay. Wow, I'm already at the end of the presentation. I haven't even started. Let's go like this. Hey, look at that. We're done. Okay, so we've been working a long time. Over the last like 6 years, lots of negotiations, lots of stakeholders, working with federal services to come to some consensus on where and how we can operate on the Elliott. And so this is our plan to get this to be an active working forest. So I'm going to go over all the elements of what's in this plan over a few slides. I think everybody got the materials ahead of time. So hopefully you did your homework and you are familiar with the plan. The one nice thing about this, if you think of plans, when it concerns the Elliott, most of you think of like hundreds and hundreds of pages. Well, this plan is short and sweet. So I hope you appreciate that. And I think it's pretty readable and understandable. So I think you had plenty of time to look through it and be prepared what we're going to go through today. So I'm going to go through the plan elements and background, the harvest projections, or the harvest projects, development criteria, the projected harvest acres, volume, and revenue, and then other projects and management actions. So some of the background here. So this biennial operations plan, the BOP, we don't want to call it the BIOP because that gets confused with biological opinions. So we'll just call it the BOP. Outlines the planned activities for the Elliott State Research Forest for fiscal years 25-26 and 26-27. What that means is it's basically from July 1st of 25 through June 30 of 27. So you did receive the plan document, and the appendices are as follows. We got the project maps, the silviculture summary, the timber sale acres, volume, and revenue summary. I'm going to show that later on, and then potential research projects that are in Appendix D. So planned activities include timber sale projects with a mix of treatment types. I think most people are probably familiar with this. We have extensive management, aka ecological forestry. If you read the HCP, you'll see that it's called extensive. In the FMP, it more reads like ecological forestry. They're pretty much one and the same, just with different titles there. We have intensive management, restoration thinnings, and then I'll get into a little bit more about the riparian thinnings as we move along. So the plan also includes sections on road management, young stand management, habitat restoration, monitoring, and surveying, recreation, and then other non-timber activities, including research. You'll notice that not a lot of those, well, not a lot, some of those sections are not well developed yet because, again, this is our first plan. We're just getting started. And I think as the forest is stood up, the research force is stood up, and there's more information and more people on board and all that, these sections will be fleshed out in subsequent biennial operations plans. So this one's pretty brief, but there is some narrative on each of those areas. So also the BOP is intended to implement and supplement the FMP and the HCP, not replicate it. So you're not going to see tons of excerpts from either of those plans. There are going to be more references. Again, keeping the plan somewhat straightforward and short and sweet. If you need to have more information as you read through it, you can reference those areas in the FMP and the HCP. So DSL intends to advance this initial plan after draft review, comment, and discussion with the board, with partners and the public. There is a 45-day comment period beginning, let's see, February 12th. So that's coming up starting next week. And obviously the projects implemented through this plan will remain consistent with the forest HCP and FMP commitments. So that's again all part of how this thing tiers off of those two plans. Let's jump in there. So this is really the meat of the plan right here. This is what took most of the time, Eric's team to develop. And so really started out obviously with looking at these 4 treatment allocations. Intensive, as you know, it's basically clear cutting. We have the ecological and extensive forestry, which is kind of more the fancy forestry. We have restoration thinning and then the riparian thinning, which I'll get into in a slide down the road here. So this all took a mix of office and field work to screen the candidate stands. It was a big job. Really, the first part is to look into, GIS layers and inventory and kind of look to see what makes sense. We tried to take bites around the edges and not in the middle of the management research watershed when we looked at this. So our criteria here, and a lot of it also is driven by age class. We have a bimodal distribution of age class acres in the Elliott. Roughly half the acres are between, say age 5 and probably about 65, 70. And then we have sort of a gap. And then the rest, the other 50% of the acres are basically over 100 years old. There's no real old growth. I think maybe a couple small stands old growth. Most of it's that older stuff's between 100 and 200 years old. That's more the mature stands, you could say. So with the intensive allocations, what we looked at were stands that were at least 60 years old as of 2025. Not a lot to choose from. We can go, that is actually a standard in the HCP in that we can't go into stands for intensive treatments that are less than 6 years old. There is an exception. We have the flexible allocations, which we can go down to 50 years old if need be. We looked at those and we didn't see a lot of viable candidates. So the intensive stands, again, with a small footprint to deal with because we don't have tons of acres that are available that are over 60 years old. So we kind of went to where we could. And that's kind of our criteria for intensive. The ecological extensive forestry, we did focus on plantations. We have the availability to enter up to 3,200 acres of mature stands. We did not choose to do that in this first iteration. So we did focus on plantations. And what we're looking to do with this first iteration of extensive treatments is to do kind of a gradient of the retention levels. So that is between 20 and 80%. We just don't want to do all 50% or all 30% or all 60%. We want to do a variety of retention levels, both aggregated and dispersed. And so that way it'll kind of give us some cutting our teeth on those different treatments. They can look a lot of different, they can come in a lot of different forms. So what we want to do is try a variety of things to kind of see how things work out, both observationally, and then maybe if there's some research tied into those, that would be great as well. And then we have the restoration thinnings. Those are primarily, actually all of them were in the Conservation Research Watershed, the CRW. That is the west side of the forest and the northern part of the forest. That's where most of the CRW lives. What we did there is we targeted older eligible plantation stands. And so not all the plantations in the CRW are eligible for thinning. And what we want to do is look at the older stands because we want to get into those before we there's a cap in the HCP FMP that you can't get into those after they're 80 years old. And so we want to really start with some of the older ones. The other reason to do that is that if we want to change the trajectory of the stand structure over time, we got to get in those now before they become too stand grown and become kind of even age carrot top monocultures. And so if we can get to those now, that'll give us the best chance to really kind of change up the structure, make those structurally complex over time, and meet those goals of the restoration thins. And then finally, the riparian thinning that is in process, and we'll get into that later on. I'll take a quick pause. Keith, any hands up? Are we still good?
I haven't seen any.
Okay, that's probably good news for now. All right, so in the development process, again, we start out with this as I say we as in really Eric's team, looked at again at this in the office, trying to get things kind of lined up. And what we decided to do is focus on creating clusters or groups of stands. And you'll notice those in the ops plan as projects. And so we wanted to do that, kind of create these groupings of stands as opposed to more of a shotgun approach where things are spread out. That in a lot of ways is for economic efficiency. It's also a chance for folks to see the various treatment allocations side by side. So you can look maybe in some of these might have a restoration thin next to an extensive allocation or treatment, or an intensive next to an extensive or a restoration thin. So there's that part of it, and also really for the efficiency. We just don't want to have stuff spread all over when we're eventually these areas are harvested. It kind of also concentrates the impacts to the roads into smaller areas rather than just all over the forest. So kind of looked at those sorts of things. But after doing the data screening exercise in the office, it was now time to do field reconnaissance, which was a big part of what Eric's team did. That is to operationalize the units. And when you're doing that, you're kind of doing a few things. You're really doing a gut check on what you're seeing, in inventory, again on an Excel spreadsheet, and then also what you're seeing in GIS, and is that making sense on the ground? And so that gave Eric's team a chance to look at the existing inventory and check it for accuracy. Are we kind of in the ballpark? Are we way off? And what we found there is that most of it was pretty good, but there are some of the stands that we identified in the office that didn't make sense to do on the ground. And so those were put aside, and we also added some additional ones later on. But you really have to get on the ground to see if these are making sense. It can't simply be an office exercise. So all of that together, we were able to narrow the list down to the next table. I think probably if you read through it, you will have seen this. And there's no reason to freak out. There's a lot of acres in here. So with what we came up with is we have 625 acres of intensive. That's a little shy of 15 million feet, about 4.2 million in net revenue. Extensive, just shy of 1,000 acres, 11.6 million feet, and about 2.8 in revenue. These are projections, of course, projected net revenue. The restoration thin, 740 plus acres, 7.7 million feet, 1.8 projected revenue, 1.8 million in projected revenue. So all of that together, we end up with 2,300 acres, 35 million feet, and just shy of $9 million in projected revenue. The net revenue is not straight stumpage. It is net of logging, hauling, and silviculture costs. So that included all of those. Does not include management and other administrative costs. So that's what we're getting to there. Now, big numbers. We do have caps that are part of the HCP and the FMP. So we are limited to 1,000 acres plus 300 acres of restoration thinnings annually. What that means is that the combined intensive and extensive cannot exceed 1,000 acres in a year. You can go over 1,000 acres if that extra acreage is in restoration thinning. Now, we put a lot on the table. There's a lot in here. That's pretty ambitious for the first couple of years, and we understand that. So it is anticipated that not all the projects listed in the plan will necessarily be implemented in the first 2 years. We have capacity issues, as you can understand. So we're well aware of that. We're going to contract some help to get some of this stuff laid out on the ground. That's a big job. I mean, it's a big job getting this plan together. It's also a bigger job getting it all prepared in the field. There's also going to be a lot of work that's going to have to go into planning and laying out the extensive ecological forestry units. That's going to take a lot of work, and probably also with the restoration thinnings. The intensive, of course, will be pretty straightforward. But we also, and we've talked about this earlier, we don't want to fall flat on our face here. So this is a brand new forest that's being stood up. This is a research forest, and we don't necessarily want to run ahead and get all of this done in 2 years. I don't think we will. But anything that is not done in terms of projects here can be just simply rolled over into the next biennial operations plan. So it's not work that is going to be for naught. It'll still be work that will be important and stuff that we don't do right away. In these first 2 years, and this probably going to tie back to the research and other things that we need to get together before we get too far ahead of ourselves. I think we're in pretty good shape getting this, where we've gotten it. Just note that, we're not necessarily going to get everything done. You'll note also in the plan itself, there is 1 year and 2 year harvest. Those we're not necessarily married to, but it's something that gave us, we kind of wanted to look to kind of spread this out over a couple of years, and we'll kind of see how that goes. That's subject to change. And then I think most people are well aware of how timber sales work. We're going to do 2 to 3 year contracts, and those that say, like, we sell a couple sales this year. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be harvested this year or even next year. It could be all the way into 27, and we can develop language and contracts to incentivize earlier harvest. But that's, again, that'll just be, it's yet to be determined. So we'll get going on that. So I think this is a table that everyone's like, whoa, what are you guys doing here? This is what we have come up with. Don't think that we're going to be able to probably do everything in there. All right, so we'll just keep rolling along, Keith, until you interrupt me. We have I think what's a pretty cool project. We have the Baldy Butte Communication Site, and this is an infrastructure protection project that is long overdue. So this communication site sits in the southwest part of the forest, and it is a critical communication system that OSP and ODOT use. And ODOT in particular, who manages the site as far as the lease goes, they have been hounding us for years to get this site protected. There is significant fuels buildup. There's large overhanging trees in and around the site, and it is at risk to wildfire and wind throw. If we get the wrong event at the wrong time, this structure will be, I think, severely damaged, if not destroyed. So we're going to do something about that. And what we're looking to do, and this is going to be in collaboration with ODOT. So we're aiming to remove all the trees within 1 tree height of the existing structure itself. There's a small building there, and the tower guy lines in the tower itself, and then create a feathered fuel break outward up to 500 feet from the tower site. We do have some issues here, and that is that to the eastern side and to the southern side, we run up against ODF ownership, and that ownership is within about 200 feet of the tower site itself. So when we look to do a fuel break beyond just what's in and around the site, we can only go to the north and to the west. So that is a little bit of a problem, but I think we can create a pretty good fuel break and keep the trees that are overhanging and threatening the structures and the guy lines. We can keep that at bay. Note that this is a covered activity in the HCP. It's in chapter 3.6.3. And we do have coverage for this site as well as Dean Mountain to go up to 500 feet outward from the site itself. And so we do have this as a covered activity. Also note that with our collaboration with ODOT, they're going to take care of the overhanging hardwoods, and then we will be treating the conifer there. And then this project will not start until probably September. So we're outside of Mirlet, the Mirlet seasonal restrictions we have. So that'll probably be starting this fall. And then hopefully we can get this project completed as soon as possible. The other good news is that ODOT is looking to put a new structure and a new facility up there. And so kind of replace what's there. And so once we get this project done, they'll have a nice clean slate to work with up there and put in a more of a newer, innovative set of communication structures up there. So there's that. So here's more of the projects. This is the one I think a lot of folks are interested in. I think a lot of the state partners are interested in, and that is the riparian restoration thinning. So the riparian thinning projects are being developed by Dr. Gordy Reeves and his team in conjunction with us at DSL. That's really gotten a lot of legs recently. We've had several meetings, and they are starting to get sort of sites selected and then get their baseline monitoring in place. So what will happen in this first 2 years is that they're going to select their sites and get the baseline monitoring started. The thinning treatments themselves will not occur during this BOP period. So we're going to work with them. Also, when they select the sites, we have to be pretty careful about us doing adjacent upslope harvest so it doesn't interfere with the results of their studies. So in other words, if they decide to do some riparian thinning, say like there's a project that's 2028 and they want to go in there and do it. If we have some upslope adjacent stands that we are planning to manage, we would want to halt that or put it down the road at least 3 to 5 years so we don't confound their study results. So that's something that we're working with them on as well. There's more detail about this in Appendix D. And now road management. There's no new road construction anticipated during this planning period. The road system and infrastructure is in good shape now. Most of the places we're going, we just don't really anticipate seeing any new road construction needed. What will stay business as usual is our routine road maintenance that's currently done by Titan Kelly. They do a great job for us, and that's going to continue as usual. That keeps the whole road infrastructure in place, and so we're not losing any roads over time and have to put in more money to fix them. This is for safe public recreational travel, and then as well as keeping access open for fire protection resources if there is some fire suppression that's needed. Monitoring. So one of the real key aspects of the habitat conservation plan is pre and post harvest monitoring and reporting. So this will occur set with the standards set forth in Chapter 6 of the HCP. And really keeping track of that is a big job. And so right now, ICF has developed this monitoring guidance tool. We're in process now. It's in pretty good shape. I think we're just about there. And then in conjunction with DSL staff. And this will track all the monitoring activities and reporting so we can stay in compliance with our effectiveness monitoring and compliance monitoring with the HCP. So this is a really key tool. I think Amy Price will probably, hone that in over time to make it, because she's a biologist and she's going to be doing a lot of the monitoring and tracking a lot of the monitoring on the forest. And so this tool, this guidance tool is going to be a really, really important asset to have to be able to make sure that we stay in compliance with the HCP. And then we'll jump into barred owl management. So yeah, the HCP commits DSL to advanced Bardal management within 16 months of the permit issuance. So this is a commitment. We've been working with them for quite a while. This planning will occur during this period, obviously, because once we get we're assuming that we're going to get the permit here hopefully soon, fingers crossed, that the plan will start, and then we'll be engaging with the Forest Service, BLM, Fish and Wildlife Service, ODF&W, and Waco. And this is all to really protect, hopefully, protect what spotted owls we have left at the Elliott. I think there's probably tons of barred owls out there. I don't know for sure, but I'm pretty sure that they've earmarked, Fish and Wildlife Services kind of earmarked the Elliott as a good place to start to do barred owl management. And so we're going to collaborate with them and everybody else to make sure that we can advance this. And then it'll be using lethal force, of course, to get rid of at least some population of barred owls. And that's the details are yet to be determined. So we'll figure that out. Aquatic habitat restoration. All right. So hopefully Haley will be more smiling on this one than after my previous rant. So a lot of this is going to be led by Coos Watershed Association. And they've just got this real deep history with the Elliott. Tons of data they've collected over the years, tons of projects they've done. And I think they've had quite a few projects that have been designed and planned and just been sitting on the shelf waiting to be implemented. This is a valuable partnership for the Elliott State Research Forest. And so we're hoping that the funds are still there. I don't know, there's probably some uncertainty with some of that now, but hopefully we'll be able to advance some of these projects. DSL will be assisting obviously through authorizations and providing materials like trees and root wads and anything else from our harvest operations. So yeah, really hope we can get this, some of these long overdue critical habitat projects off the ground and running. And that would be great for everybody involved if we can get some of this stuff done. And then there's going to be other future potential projects and actions that will be explored during this period as well, probably with Kuzwa and also with other entities as well that are interested. So we'll continue to do that. All right, I'm not stopping, not taking a breath here. We're going on to carbon. So the carbon project inventory and development work. So that's going to occur during this period. And so I believe my familiarity with it is not as much as Brett's, but I think this is going to be third-party verification of our carbon stores. And usually what that means is they're going to, a company's going to go out and put in plots around the forest and verify what carbon storage we have. And relative to maybe what has been anticipated or preliminarily, figured out. And so that's going to be part of what happens during this period. The actual carbon credit sales will follow at a later point in time. That's a TBD. And so I think that's something, it's not a big part of this plan because there's just not much to say about it, but it is noted in there. And then finally, everyone's favorite topic is research. So obviously this is a research forest. So we've talked about the riparian thinning sites in a previous slide. So that one again is going to be ongoing and hopefully we'll get some stuff off the ground and running here pretty soon. And then additional potential research projects are described in Appendix D. And then a key footnote here is that they will be subject to ongoing conversations with the board related to the research force overall research approach and budgeting. So this is part of what we've got to figure out. This is it's a hard one. I know we've discussed it earlier, and there's not a lot we can say in this operations plan right now, other than the stuff that's got the most legs right now is the riparian thinning effort. And I think that one's going to be really good. But Brett touched us on this earlier. I think one of the biggest things here is that's not a formal research project with p-values and randomized complete experimental designs, and this is really testing the financial viability. It is important because we've got, I mean, we can't sugarcoat, we have to pay the bills. And one of several key tenets was this forest has to be financially viable from the operations in the forest. And so there's not going to be a bunch of general funds that's going to support this long term. So we do have to start paying our bills with what is generated from the logging revenue. And so I think a really key thing here is that we will be able to see how our assumptions going into this relate and compare to the reality. So we'll be able to see, all right, when we sell a sale and we have the purchaser's bids, is that kind of coming out like what we thought? Are they going to put a steep discount on the restoration things and the extensive management, because there's a lot of unknowns with that, and that's more costly logging and all that kind of stuff. So I think there's a lot of operational costs and logging costs that will have to be figured out from this. The other good thing too is that we will be able to look at scale receipts from timber sales and see what the cutout volume is to what we projected. And so we won't figure everything out just with a few sales. It'll take a few over time, but I think this will give us a good idea with this kind of information that we gather from these first few timber sales. And I'll come up for air with questions. Thank you for your time and patience. Let me see if I can, stop sharing. There is a button.
That was terrific, Ryan. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah.
Brett, before I jump to anybody else, what's the DSL process for carrying out ops on the forest?
Yeah, thanks, Ryan and Keith. Ryan hit on it a bit. So what we intend to do is, everything that went out to the board here for today's meeting is on our website and publicly available, but we haven't kicked off any public comment period yet or any formal comment and review period. So our intent is to do that on February 12th. And then per the oversight structure, we're committed to a 45-day comment period. And then after that, we want to work while listening to the public and reacting and responding to public comment during that 45-day period. We also want to be working with you all as board members. So today's purpose is not like the deep dive into every detail of the operations plan. We've got a fairly protracted period to do that. But we would be working with you as board members, with other partners and the public on during the 45-day period. And then working with you all on scheduling a future board meeting where we would review with you responses and revisions that have been made to the operations plan and come back for your recommendation to us on adoption of the operations plan. And, I think a lot of that depends on how things go during the 45-day period and to work with you moving forward as board members.
So, Brett, real quick, and Keith, I forgot. Eric, is there anything you want to add to that? What I just spit out, and there might be some other context. Are you good for now?
No, thanks. I meant to ask Eric if he had comments too. My bad.
Oh, no. I think you covered it pretty good, and we'll look forward to hearing any feedback. If there's any questions now, we'll be happy to go through those too.
Yeah, Eric, thank you, and Barbara.
For 5 hours, and that's the only comment you're going to make?
You guys have said it all.
So long as everybody knows, Eric, Ryan gave up the credit. Thank you, Eric, for you, Barbara, and your whole team, and a lot of the work, all of the work, and Ryan's put in a ton of work on this too, so I don't want to short that, but just your knowledge locally and your engagement in the Elliott over time, it just situates you in a really helpful place. So thank you.
Darren. We've got an operations plan. Comments from you?
Oh, I don't have anything to add other than for but Ryan and Eric's work there. I don't have anything to add at this point. Looking forward to seeing what kind of comments we get, feedback we get from both the board and the public.
Got it. What do we got? Peter and then Mike and Jennifer. Did you have your hand up too? Okay, there it is. Yep.
I had 3 questions, but I'll just start with one. Talk to us about, first, this is a lot of work. And it's really clear that you put a lot of thought and effort into this. So thank you for that. That's probably the most important part. The first question I had was, talk to us about the relationship between the HCP and the biannual operation plan. If, obviously we all hope it goes smoothly through the federal approval. If it doesn't, what are the potential consequences for this plan?
That's a great question, and I knew that one was coming. Because no, it's spot on, and it's something that's in the back of our mind. I think, especially with new administration back east, we're a little bit worried, but I think what we're going to do is continue to assume and be optimistic that we're going to get the ITP. Obviously, we're not going to do anything on the ground until we have that permit. I will say we're not going to operate on the ground until we have the permit, but that doesn't mean that we can't go and lay in units and get all the prep work done. That stuff will still happen, but we are going to be on the assumption that we'll get the permit. If we don't, then we're going to have to put our heads together and figure out what to do from there. But I'm pretty sure that cooler heads will prevail and we will get an ITP. So, but no, that's a great question, because right now we don't have one in hand, but we're gonna put this forward and hopefully get this approved with the the little asterisk there of the caveat of we don't have it, but we anticipate we will have it. And Brett, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, I think you hit.
Timeline on that, by the way.
Well,
early
the
April.
schedule that we're on with the
Okay.
state and regional office is by the end of March, but things are not necessarily in their control right now in terms of signature and review authority, and there's a bit of a pause, and so we're hoping that it's not a long pause. And I mean, I think Ryan hit Peter's question right on. Like, yes, there's risk, and there's also stuff that that we can be doing to be as prepared as we can when the decisions that are out of our control are made.
And Peter, you had some follow-up, maybe another one or two?
I did, but I don't want to hog it. Obviously, the plan's pretty ambitious, and I'm interested in hearing your thoughts on what's DSL's capacity to implement it. And when you say it's anticipated that not all projects will necessarily be implemented, what will determine where that ends up? Is that a question of capacity? Is it looking for like a revenue kind of target you're headed for? But help us think more about what you prepared us well, not to say you didn't do everything, right? But does DSL have the capacity to implement this plan? I guess is the basic question.
Yeah, what we will do, and then obviously this will be as Darren gets more settled in, we'll lean on his direction there. But I think the smart thing to do is to not go and try to hire some company and lay out all 3,200 acres. So what we're going to do is we're going to probably come up with a couple of projects that might result in, say, 5 million board feet and a few hundred acres, and concentrate on those and go and lay out and get those completely ready to go and sell that sale, and then move on to the next one. That's our best chance with a smaller level of capacity than trying to do everything at once. And so Eric and I have talked a little bit about it. And we'll obviously fold Darren in as best we can, but we're going to try to be as efficient as we can with where we're going to go. But I think the smart play is to try to do one or two this year, and pick one that has also a variety of treatments. So we're not just going to go do, well, we got to pay bills, so let's go do all the intensives. Like, we don't want to do that. We want to do a mix of things. So we're going to make sure that initial packages that go out the door would have some restoration thins, some extensive and some intensive, and make sure that we have a mix of that. And then I think, Peter, as you would kind of test to, I think one of our biggest hurdles is how we're going to do the extensive and do that correctly, because that's no easy task. I've been involved in doing a lot of call it alternative silviculture over the years, and that's a big undertaking. If you're going to go mark stands, that's also a big undertaking. I don't think we're going to completely do that, but again, there's a lot of things to figure out. But I think what we're going to do is make sure that we do this smart and not try to do everything at once. Pick one, get it all done, go on to the next one and the next one. And I think we're going to probably look to hire some contracting help to do get out there. And I know I don't mind beating the brush, but I'm one person, Eric's one person, and we're probably not going to be able to do that. But Eric, if you have something to add, jump in there.
I was just going to add in that, I think it's going to be important starting out slow with these first couple of projects, to give the bidders of these timber sales some certainty on what they look like, because this is totally new. Nobody really knows what you mean when you say ecological forestry or extensive forestry. And there's a lot of questions, I think, about what that operationally looks like. And so if we can do a few of these small projects, it is likely going to help the value of those timber sales in the future, when you can point back and say, that's what we want it to look like. So we've got a couple of project areas identified that would be good initial ones, and those will probably be those projects that Ryan was talking about that we do in the first go round.
Great, thank you.
Oh, hey Keith, you're muted. I think you're speaking.
Yeah. I was just calling on Mike.
All right, and Eric, looks like a lot of great work going into all this. One question for you, actually, question and a comment. The question: worst case scenario, if the incidental take permits take a long time, are any of these projects, would they possibly be considered a take avoidance type project that you could still implement without the incidental take permit, or is that not the case?
I think we would have to, if that was the case and we really knew like the permit is just not going to happen, we would actually have to start surveying. So I don't think there's anywhere we can necessarily hop around this forest without having to do mirrorlet surveys and probably owl surveys as well. So I don't see a scenario where we could really implement take avoidance without at least a couple of years of survey work. May be wrong, but I think especially with this forest, we would probably have to do that. Even if we're not in so-called habitat, I think there's some, I think we'd probably have to do survey work.
Okay. And then just one other comment. In the documents that you provided, under recreation and education, where it talks about motorized access, you might want to take a look at the wording. The first sentence is real clear, but the second sentence almost seems to contradict it. So I think you want to be saying that you're not allowing a motorized access on closed roads and
okay, did it say something to the contrary? Okay.
Yeah, so take a look at that.
Yeah, appreciate that.
Thanks, Mike. Jennifer.
Yeah, thank you, Ryan and Eric. As I mean, again, tremendous amount of work in here, and I think you've presented it really well. And I think maybe I have a comment, more of a comment than a question, and it's not putting things on your plate so much as it is on our collective plate, which is that as I was here listening to this, I was also thinking, oh, that would be an interesting research question. Oh, I wonder, I wonder what we can learn from the things that will be, assuming we get all the permits, for the things that go forward. And so what I was trying to think of is, without letting the perfect be the enemy of the good, are there opportunities to also sort of be prompting those other questions that simply in the work that you have laid out could be asked, right? So not like layering on necessarily a lot, And so just thinking like, is there something that we can do given that we don't have all of the answers to the questions about research partners and frameworks and all these kinds of things that that could be facilitated to help sort of say, we took the opportunity to ask that question in this moment, right? Rather than missing that opportunity. And I know you've integrated some of the research projects and what you laid out. So I'm not acknowledging that. I'm also just sort of thinking, because I have like, are there interesting silvicultural, you're looking, even your response there about saying we would want to look at a diversity of things if we had to choose which ones do go forward. So clearly there are questions there. And I imagine you're asking them or thinking about them. So I think it's sort of reflecting it back on us to be saying, what can be done to help facilitate that in a way that doesn't get in the way of things that need to go forward for a lot of good reasons, but also takes advantage of that opportunity to be thinking about what some of those questions are that we all might not have time to necessarily think about in the midst of all the work that goes into kind of laying all this out. So again, more of a comment and maybe a question all back to all of us. And again, thanks for all your work on this.
Yeah, sounds good. I think great points, Jennifer, there, because I could see there's lots of different opportunities to to start doing some research in many different ways. It can look a lot of different ways. And so I think, we'd certainly appreciate any feedback the board has, ideas, all that's on the table. That's why you're here too, to help us through this. Eric and I and others came up with this plan as best we could, following the direction of the HCP and FMP, but this is a collective effort, and we want this to be successful. I want Darren to be successful and the rest of the team to be successful. So however you can help out in that will be greatly appreciated.
So Jennifer, just maybe for my education and maybe for others too, your question is essentially, I think, that in the process of operations early in this process, are there research questions that can be asked and answered as we operate that come about as part of the operations, right?
Yeah. Is there an opportunity for us to identify what some of those might be, again, with, and as I say, my middle name is don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good.
No.
Is like, are there things that could be asked given that this is going forward, that if we don't take the opportunity to think about what those questions could be, we miss the opportunity to ask and potentially get some better data on some of those questions. So it's kind of like, how do we do that in a way that can be integrated and just take advantage of that opportunity that some things may go forward and use it to learn maybe what are some of the ways that you can really integrate the research process, governance, question asking process into the work that goes on in the forest so that they're not seen as separate. So I know we're not there yet, but it's like, are there things we can begin to ask and then also think about what will work well for people in the different roles that our staff will have so that once again, we're looking for those opportunities to integrate things that allows everyone to continue the good work that they are charged with, but in a way that once again doesn't silo us from thinking the research questions are over here, and then other things happen over here. So that's a little more complex than, maybe we can put our arms around right now, but I think it's that opportunity. I'm hoping we can maybe look for, places to maybe explore that a little.
And some of the best research questions are likely to come from the people who are doing the on-the-ground stewardship, which comes back to Mike Kennedy's point about practical applications of questions. So I think we're all fair game in thinking about what are the questions, and they will emerge as we go.
One thing on these initial round of projects, without having a chance to do a lot of background monitoring, it may make it harder to do some really long-term research, but there are other things that you could probably find. And that was one of the reasons, if everybody remembers back to, we had some of those bigger maps out at the Winchester Bay meeting, and we tried to cluster these projects, and like Ryan said, they're in the sort of push to the outside, so they're not necessary. We're trying to minimize the number of sub watersheds that we're operating in, so we're not messing up any future research opportunities by being able to do full background monitoring before you start operations. And so we've, in some of the initial riparian projects, there was some overlap with projects that we'd identified. And so, likely we need to move ours out of the way and let them do their monitoring so that then that becomes a viable candidate. So those would be some things to think about going forward.
Thanks, Eric. Thank you. Haley?
I had a question. There was a comment made about kind of bidder certainty with ecological forestry and wanting to make sure that there was time for people to see how this, went on the ground. And I just don't know much about that. And I was wondering if you could kind of just educate and speak to, do you expect it to be challenging to get bids? Do you think that, the local market is going to be really interested in jumping on this? Do you think it's going to come out of our local market? And how does the ecological forestry component play into our ability to get operators doing these projects?
Thanks, Haley. That's a good question. So there's nothing like this that's really being done around here right now. The BLM does some thinning. It's more sort of variable density, so it's just sort of thin it and it all looks the same. So what the concept with ecological forestry or extensive, it's going to be different than that, I think. And what I picture is different, but I think for everybody, they all picture something a little different from how we've talked about this over the last 6+ years. And so it'll be important to do some of these demonstrations and then be able to go back, and you'll have something that you can hold people accountable to. So if the prescription is to make it look like the first project we did, you can go back and say, does it look like that? Yes or no. And when they look at how much time it's going to take and they can put their cost to figure out what their bid is, they'll be able to go, okay, we know how to do that. And so it's really going to be taking it from conceptual, which I think is a little different in everybody's mind, into here's what it looks like on the ground. And so if we do that initially on a couple of projects, then you're going to have something that you can point back to and say, that's really what we're looking for as an end state on this, because operationally it's going to be really simplified. It may be really complicated from a research perspective, but we're going to have to really distill it down to, we want X trees per acre, or we want, whatever that density is that you're trying to get to. We're going to have to make it real simple, and it's going to have to, be able to point to examples across the forest. That's going to help increase confidence that the bidders are going to be successful, and that they can take some of their risk out of that bid, which will end up being more revenue to the forest.
Yeah, and Eric's point is really good there. One thing that he did work on, and we did some kind of preliminary maps with how we would actually lay out a couple of the different extensive units. And what we did keep in mind is we have to have an operational eye on it. It doesn't mean that you're not going to meet the goals that are laid out for what is ecological forestry or extensive forestry by just doing, making sure we have to make sure it's operationally feasible. And so you can't go and do everything perfect because you're not going to be able to actually implement some of it. So we have to have that eye on it when we're looking at this to make sure that we're not boxing ourselves in somehow and going, well, on paper, this looks like a really cool thing to do, and this is how we do it. And then you go out there or you look at it with contours and where the road system's already built in, and go, wow, okay, if you're going to do it like that, then we've got to build a bunch of extra road to get in there to do that. And that's going to make it probably environmentally worse. So as we're doing this, I think you can still be operationally feasible and still meet the goals very well, and not compromise that. So that's an eye that, and then what we want these extensive and ecological forestry applications to do is to be applicable to other ownerships. And so they're going to have the same idea. They don't want to, like, oh, you guys did a bunch of this stuff that looks really cool on paper, but it costs double to go log because you had all these constraints in there. And so you have to make it applicable. And I think that's one thing that we kept in mind as we did a few, I think Eric did a really good job of kind of again, cartoon pictures of how we might actually do our first couple extensive projects. So anyway.
Haley, your hand's still raised. Another question?
Yeah, I just had one more thing. So that was Eric and Ryan, that was helpful. And it sounds like market and likelihood of bidders is maybe a little bit unknown. I didn't hear you guys address that piece, but it sounds complicated. Follow-up question was, again, just movement in the right direction. Ryan, you spoke to like the not being able to get a lot of monitoring and data because we're trying to move on some of this potentially as early as 2025 if like everything went well, but likely 26, 27. Brett, where is OSU at with starting to monitor now that there's potentially areas defined, MOU, money? Are they slated to mobilize and get that started ASAP?
Yeah, that's my understanding is they're in the process of that and getting staff, a team hired to go out and start the initial. I mean, the initial proposal was start at a sub watershed and work from there, like figure out what baseline monitoring would look like. We've worked with them through the MOA to basically steer clear of if we're going to be operating in an area in the near term, doesn't make sense to put baseline monitoring in there because you wouldn't get enough years of baseline data to be able to, if we're operating the following year after instruments are put in, you don't get a long-term data set of baseline data. So there's a commitment to keep things separated that way. And that's my understanding though, is they're operating on the assumption that the funding's coming. They're still good. They have a contract and agreement with state and private forestry. They're putting out, I don't know if it's RFP or RFQ or whatever around getting a team built. And then we should be able to come back to you all with, we need to have conversations with OSU about the overall plan approach, the conceptual plan for baseline monitoring and how that's going to look and how it ties into the monitoring that other partners, including, you all are doing, Haley and DHCP monitoring, and then the various different research concepts that are moving forward, riparian thinning and others. So we should have more. I think we'll have more next board meeting. So keep putting a plug in this for the updates.
Mike?
Real quick, I'd say to answer your first question there, Haley, or the one we didn't get to, the markets are good. There's plenty of contractors. It's how much risk they're going to have to build into their bids if it's an unknown project. So once we can show this is what we want, I think we can reduce the amount of risk that they build into their bids. So I'm not concerned with getting enough bidders or getting good value, but it'll help squeeze out some of that risk going forward.
So and sorry, Mike, to get ahead of you, but Eric, this sounds a bit like what maybe, and I don't know if it is, but what Jennifer was getting at, like where there's an opportunity to work with operators on what are they learning from what we're proposing to do? I mean, what are the if the proposition is like we can do stuff on the Elliott that's different and then inform broader practice and operations elsewhere with it. It's kind of that thing, like you got to work with your operators on knowing what do they need to know or what did they experience and how do we build that into learning so that if we're operating elsewhere on not just this forest, but other lands, we're not in a constant like redo loop.
Right. Agreed.
Okay, Mike, thanks for being patient.
No problem. And actually to build on that, Eric and Ryan, it'll be interesting and something that can be used as a learning experience too is what kind of actual timber sale contract language do you come up with to implement the extensive and type work? And that would be, really useful for other folks if they want to do the same sort of thing down the line. But and how do you make it clear enough, like you mentioned, so that the contractors know what they're getting into, and don't later on come down and say, well, the contract doesn't say this, but you're telling me you want me to do it like this. And so, like I said, reducing that risk, which should eventually lead to higher prices for the. Oh yeah, sounds interesting.
Great stuff. And the question for board members here is, do you feel the draft is good enough for posting and kicking off a 45-day comment period? The intention is the DSL would and staff wants to do that coming up 1 week from today. And are you comfortable with what you see there that should move forward?
Yeah, thanks, Keith. I think that's we want to have this time with the board to get your input and feedback. And then if there are anything you see that we need to address, I mean, Mike's eagle eyes always catch things. And so Kennedy's. So we'll fix the part in the motorized access section. But I mean, I think we feel like we're not at the point of like, we're going to have 45 days and beyond to do all the wordsmiths revisions, working with you as board members as well as the public on what do we need to know and how do we need to respond and revise this thing over time. And so we're feeling like we're not today at the need for the deep dive that can happen over the next 45 days and beyond. It's more at that level of your sense, temperature check on like, we feel ready to put it out there, rip the Band-Aid off and let the public and you all and others just chew on this and give us the feedback. And are we in any ways crossway with you on moving forward on February 12th?
Mike W.
Thank you. I feel like there's a lot of information here. Well, there is, and I'd like to delve into it more and talk more about it. But there'll probably always be the case. There's I think folks have said there's a lot of good work that's gone into it, and it'd be interesting to hear some of the reaction discussion from putting it out there. Like I say, I still have questions. I have developed I have a conflict, and I'm going to have to step off here in a few minutes. So sorry about that. But to your question, I guess I would like to have more time and talk about it in more detail, but not like hard and fast opposed to putting it out if that's what you want to go forward with.
Yeah, I think that's the question is we feel like we have the ability and the intention to, like, we're going to be working with you all as board members while we're also hearing from the public, and you probably want to hear what the public says as much as we do. So start the process, including like taking the time between now and April to be working with you all on your deeper read of this and your feedback on it, and getting public feedback at the same time.
Pete?
There's one thing that's on my mind, and I think will be on the mind of a lot of readers, and so you may have already done this, but I think people are going to say, tell me more about what intensive really looks like. Will it be as hardcore as some of the industrial forestry strategies, or will it be somewhere back from there? And I apologize if I haven't found that in that, but I think my encouragement would be, let's err on the side of being really clear about that, because I think a lot of the public will, if they're going to zero in on any part of the plan, that's going to be something that one sector is going to really look at closely. So I think it behooves us to make sure we're pretty overt about what does intensive really mean and how does it relate to other silviculture that they might be familiar with. But
Yeah, that's a good question, Peter, because I don't think I even said it in the presentation, and it's not explicit necessarily in the plan, but I mean, it really is clear cutting. I mean, let's don't sugarcoat it. It is clear cutting. There's really not any standards that I can think of that are really above and beyond what is typical of a clear cut. I think it's the same green tree retention you'd see with another state. It's kind of falls within state FPA, same kind of deal there. The only thing that's different compared to industry is we're not, clear cutting 40-year-old stands. We are waiting until at least they're at least 60. I wish we actually had more stands developed that were in this older age class so we could do longer rotations. We're kind of stuck right now until that balances out. It'd be nice to do some extended rotations, but back to your question, it's clear cutting. I don't see much different than what we're seeing from any other typical clear cut you'd see from state or industry, other than our age class constraint. So,
And will it be helicopter sprayed?
oh, there is the site prep side of it. No, I don't think we're going to do any so there's no coverage in the HCP for spraying. Brett, you might have to jump in here. I don't think we're doing aerial spraying. I don't know that that's explicitly stated that we're not, but I don't anticipate doing that in the Elliott.
Okay. So I think that's the kind of thing that public is going to be asking about. I'm trying to anticipate who's going to look at this thing and what are they going to say. And I think a placeholder for a future conversation is, we don't need to go into it now, is, are we assuming that that kind of forestry is going to be more financially viable in 15, 20, 40 years? Because I think eventually this group and the whole outfit needs to circle back and really look at that question. Why are we doing minimum of legal standard forestry on a public forest? So we won't go to that here, but I'd like us, like in a retreat setting, to talk about what's behind that, and is it a valid assumption if it's driven by profitability? Because I don't think it is valid.
I'd add one other slight difference on the difference between a private harvest and one of these is going to be the stream buffer sizes. So those have been removed from the operable polygons. So those riparian areas are even a different allocation and going to be higher than the current forest practices standards.
Yeah, good point, Eric.
Just putting a plug in for transparency. I think that just as like clearly stating things as possible for when it goes out to public review, so that we're not like greenwashing anything. So if it's clear cutting, can we just say that? Does it say that? Like, I think transparency is one of our core values, and any way that we can show up and do that in this proposal when we float it out for public comment, I think is really important.
I'd add there, Haley, if I can, just from 7 years in the process, that I think it's, and Mike and Melissa, I think, can jump in here and either vouch that I'm wrong or vouch that I'm right or that I'm not. But it's been understood from the very early stages that intensive standard was essentially the equivalent of clear cuttings. I don't think we've ever discussed that in any other way. Mike, Melissa, do you have any other thoughts on that? It's always been that.
Yeah, that's my recollection also.
Yeah, I do agree though with Haley's point is we haven't put it in the document because it's like, well, just go look at the FMP or HCP and you'll see what intensive is. But I don't think there's any reason to sugarcoat it. And in parentheses, intensive, similar to clear cutting or is clear cutting or whatever. I don't think that's a problem. I mean, there's no reason to generate more questions by people just asking. So
and people aren't going to go read an FMP or an HCP, and some people have been engaged, Keith, and probably know what you're talking about. Other people haven't, and I think just it's on us to make this information as accessible to as a wide variety of people as possible, and just being clear and plain in language is a step in that for sure.
Thanks, Haley and Ryan. Jennifer? You good? Okay.
Maybe one quick comment on that. Using that language is going to incite pretty good public response. So I think you guys ought to be a little careful about it. The Forest Service uses a different term, BLM, that, you know, they call it a regeneration harvest, something a little softer than clear cut. And, you know, we on purpose left a lot of the definitional things out of the operations plan and pointed back to references in the forest management plan. So, you know, I guess I would force people to be educated if they're going to have questions. You know, it's my opinion, that they need to go read the documents and point them at those documents, because it's spelled out, and that's what you're going to be legally held to in the HCP and the FMP. And we can't restate all of that. And so picking and choosing what you do restate is going to be hard. So it may be easier to just keep pushing them back to those foundational documents. But
Yeah, I'm wondering, Eric, if we just then cite like a footnote and cite intensive with a footnote and say this is the exact spot, this is the page or two in the FMP or the HCP or both references, then folks can go. And we do, I think, do we in this document provide the links to each of those plans? I think we do. I'm pretty sure we do. Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Do you cite that for extensive too?
Yeah, we could do that for extensive too. And boy, talk about people are reading that and their their eyes are going to go blurry, and they're probably going to start their head's going to start spinning. Brett, it's your fault, Brett.
I just think we can use, colloquialisms or, whatever common term people are used to. But I think Eric's exactly right. It's going to cause a knee-jerk reaction to something that perhaps is different than how people have traditionally associated that term.
I guess my question, I hear that for sure, but it's like we can either deal with it now or we can deal with it later. And it just seems like just being deeply entrenched in the local community and these issues and getting phone calls about Elliott and other things on a regular basis. It's like I just feel like let's be as clear as possible, and also I think just like respectful to people who maybe don't have the ability to click a hyperlink and find page 100,046C in a document. Like not everyone in our community has access to technology, and some of the people who like care about this forest and want to engage. And I know there's a whole flip side of the argument of like, well, you need to be educated if you're going to comment, and I get that. But I do think like some level of accessibility for this would go a long way in the relationship building piece of it. And I don't know if there's other things we can do, like maybe we can put a hard copy at the public library with the flagged sections of the FMP that have the definitions. Like, I don't know, but for me, I think it's worth being transparent, plain, and accessible to people with all different educational backgrounds, technology. It seems worth it for the first operations plan for the Elliott. It seems like a meaningful moment to be as accessible as possible.
How about we do this, Haley? How about we just pull out the excerpts from the HCP or FMP, whichever one we want to do, because it's pretty much one and the same, and then just put it as an additional appendice.
I was thinking the same, Ryan. Yeah, because we do have clear language for ecological forestry. Here are the goals, here are the objectives, and here are the standards that apply. And we have the same for intensive. And I think what Eric's getting at is like, if we're using bigger buffers and we're harvesting at 60 years, not 40 years, it's not going to look exactly like what people necessarily think. I mean, it'll be a clear cut, but it's not necessarily the same as everywhere else. So we could put all of that, Ryan. If that scratches the itch, it seems pretty easy. And it would avoid people having to click on a link. We could just pull all the language out and put it in there.
Okay, Haley, a response to that?
Sorry, it is hailing like crazy hard and I can barely hear. Yeah, I don't need to belabor my point. I'm one of, 11 people on this call. So, whatever is best way to move forward. But I think adding it as an appendix, I know there's some images too that like help show what it looks like. I think any of that is good.
Thanks, Jennifer.
I'm just really supporting Haley's point, and I think, we do have an educational role with this forest for the public. And so being thoughtful about even I like the idea you already came with Ryan of like make the language like really easy for people to find. But I also think it's worth looking at the language and giving it a hard look to say, will people understand this? And I think that that's just, again, something to prompt ourselves with as we go forward for both transparency and educational purposes, right? Because if you want to invite people into a dialogue and learn about this forest and have it, serve that purpose as well, this is an opportunity to both provide the information, but also look at, is the information truly accessible? So I'm just really supporting Haley's point, and I think it's a really important one for us to keep in mind. So thank you for raising it, Haley.
Thanks, Melissa.
This may go without saying, but I just want to make sure we're universally transparent on this. Because, while the environmental community has their concerns, I understand that we're also getting concerns from other aspects of the community of believing that there will be zero harvest on the Elliott. And we want to make sure that we're educating all of the community, not just a select group. Thanks.
So, Brett, as you know, we should probably add pictures to the appendices on what ecological forestry is, because those are going to be a little tough to digest for anybody. So I think at least with that would probably be good to pull out what we have from Franklin and Johnson and probably put those in there, because someone can read ecological forestry or extensive and they're going to have a hard time interpreting exactly what that is. And I think pictures will speak 1,000 words, especially when it comes to that. Less so for some of the other stuff. So I think we should think about that as part of what we put in for definitions.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and I mean, Darren, as you're walking into this, and this is like partly a big challenge because we've done an HCP and FMP, and now we're putting out a draft operations plan, and Darren's in his third week on the job, and so like walking right into this is not an easy task. But we went through what Ryan's alluding to. We can do all this, and I think these points are good, and this is what we need to hear before we put something out on the street, and we can make the changes in the next week. But we went through a process of trying to, I don't know how to say it, layman's term, the language around, and, part of that was call it ecological forestry, not extensive. There was a whole extensive definition that came out of the triad design that confused the services and the habitat conservation plan conversation, and they're trained biologists, and and then Ryan, as a forester, had a good look at it, and I think Eric may have too. But like, we tried to get the language around ecological forestry as understandable as possible, and it's no easy task. So what you're hitting on, Jennifer, is like right on. Like, we are trying to do something different on the Elliott that's not, if you say a minion, you know what a minion is if you've seen the movie, but like it's a relatively new thing, and not a lot of people do understand it. And so we have a role, and the pictures that Ryan's talking about, I think, can help. And in some ways, by doing, we'll be developing more examples where we can be part of this education.
I thought we were all Vicky's minions. And so and Haley, and this whole discussion has been on the last question I want to bring up here for the board. And then as we get close to running out of time, we've got to get some public comment time in here, and we promised that. And I know we have some people waiting. So I think, Haley, this whole discussion touched on this. What priority types of feedback or sideboards on feedback does the board want the DSL to consider? So what is our priority in terms of feedback that we want from the board.
Yeah, and Keith teased that out a little more. I think to lead with what we've talked about internally is we've gone through a few years of policy planning and decision making on the forest, and so I think the public can and will tell us whatever they want to tell us, but in terms of what we want to be clear on as staff is what are we really going to sink into putting time into responding to and addressing through the detailed response process, and what are the things you as board members really want us to focus on. And I think we're feeling like we don't want to have to rehash or relitigate certain things that have already been decided. Like, yes, there will be a conservation research watershed. Some people don't like it. Yes, there will be clear cutting. Some people don't like it. Yes, there will be things around restoration, thinning, and active management within the CRW that, we've kind of hashed out and battled through this, whether it's through the advisory committee process or the forest management plan or the HCP comment period, where we may be told through this process to change the goalposts, but that doesn't feel to us like if we're going to spend time responding to all of that again and rehashing all of that, that doesn't seem like the highest priority use of time. And so what you all have hit on around, like, tell us more about what intensive really looks like, or what research, comments on what research can or should be done while we're operationalizing things, or kind of where to prioritize on the landscape if we can't do everything that's laid out within the BOP. Where would we prioritize within the first year? Like, all of that has seemed constructive, but I guess we're hoping for some help from you around the sideboards here. Even though we know we're going to hear whatever people want to tell us, I think, what's the priority stuff that's within and outside of what you really want to be having us focus on. Does that thinking kind of help or make sense in terms of how we're thinking about entering the process? Because we've never done this before, but trying to know that we're limited in capacity and we don't want to necessarily just rehash everything that's already been decided.
Apologies to Jennifer. I think, Brett, that's what I would like. That's where I would put those sideboards. That at this point in the process, I don't think we can go back and rehash every issue and move forward, right? We did that for 7 years. We did that with in a collaborative manner with all types of voices in this, and so while I just don't think we want to, and I don't think we can go back and rehash every issue that may come up about how we got here. In terms of Haley's point, I think that's and Jennifer's, that's a good one, because that's not really rehashing an issue as much as it is a little bit of public education. But I mean, that's where my sideboards would be if you're asking how I'd suggest that DSL respond to comment and to input is in some cases we just have to say, we made that decision 3 years ago and it's in the HCP or the FMP, and we can't go back and revisit that. So I think sometimes there's clarity in that as well. And then I'll go to Jennifer and I'll get off this soapbox.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say, I think maybe it picks up a little bit on what you just said, Keith, but this isn't, so my comment isn't specific to, focus here. I don't disagree with what Keith said. And as one looks at the comments, it may be a parking lot for now, but looking at those comments and questions that come up where, like, to your point, Keith, we've made this decision, we made it for these reasons, here are the trade-offs that we're dealing with, here's the framework that we're functioning under. This is what's guiding our decision, and then looking for opportunities to communicate that, not necessarily just in response to the comments, but it's like, if these themes come up, is there also an opportunity somewhere for us to capture those important questions and comments and observations people are making, and not defensively respond to them, but respond to them in a way that helps people understand why this is the approach that's being taken, right? So I understand that's kind of more work, and it's probably not the first thing that needs to happen, but can we look for ways to kind of capture those questions or comments or things that do come up, and again, not sort of not be defensive about it, but say, how do we also communicate something on the website, or be whatever it is that helps people better understand the strategies that are being taken. So again, goes back to the kind of educational.
Thanks, Chip. That was helpful.
No,
Jennifer.
no,
I
no.
think
Yeah,
that's-
Mike Kennedy, I think you were next up.
I was just gonna say that you were muted.
Yeah. Maybe I ought to be. That's a better point. My family tells me that all the time. So, yeah. All right. With that, I've got Ryan, and then seeing nobody else ready to go, then I think we'll roll out public comment here then, and then from there wrap up what has been a very productive and meeting. Ryan?
Yeah, one thing I did want to get from this group, and it's part of what was in the presentation, is the big caveat on, we don't necessarily think that we're going to be able to implement all of what is presented in the operations plan. So when this goes out, if that caveat is not in there, which I don't think it is, are we going to get an avalanche more of comments going, well, how can you go forward with all of this right now? And, you're going to fall flat on your face. You don't have the capacity and all these other things. I like to make sure that we have it in there, but I want to make sure that we probably also have some sort of statement that we understand that we may, because I don't think we have that in there, that we may not be able to implement everything that's in this plan, because that's going to be the understanding, I think, when people see this. But it was pretty clear, and it's pretty clear to me, given our current capacity and this being the first iteration, that we're probably not going to achieve all that. And that's more of the realistic goal. So how do we do that? I would like to hear from the board on what how we address that in the plan before it goes out to the public, so we don't have to respond to everything later on.
Mike?
Maybe just have some sort of statement saying that these are the items that we hope to get prepared, not necessarily all implemented, and make sure that it's clear that, even if a timber sale is prepared, that it could be 2-3 years before it's actually completed, or even operational, because of the contract type stuff. But I think if you focus on preparing rather than implementing, that may help some. Say we're preparing these, we expect possibly 50% of them to actually be implemented during this particular 2-year time frame. Make sure everybody understands too that it's a 2-year time frame, not this is all happening here in 1 year.
Ryan, I think that's a really good question, and that's where I was going with my question about what will determine where we end up there. So I agree with Mike Kennedy's point, and maybe saying where we end up will be a consequence of like capacity, or whatever the reasons are that will determine it. But basically help the public see into the process as much as possible, as opposed to kind of a black box. Well, we said we're going to do this and we did this, and they can't see what shaped it.
Yeah, because I also think that there can be a certain segment of the population that's like, hey, or the public that's like, hey, look what you guys said you're going to do, and you didn't do it. You fell short. You didn't live up to what you said. Other people might be like, great, you didn't get all that done. Wish you would have done less. So that's where I worry a little bit, is that Because there's people that are gonna be looking at the financial picture of this, and they're gonna be like, all right, we want to make sure that we start operating and get rolling in 17 million board feet. And that's what you're going to do. And we got to kind of figure out a way to pull that back respectfully. And we can, they're like ODF does alternate units. They have they take some of theirs and they put the alternate units in this, like, oh, they can kind of pick and choose from those. If something doesn't work out, then they can put this in. That's one idea. But I think it's just, we got to put some pretty heavy caveats in there, knowing that we're probably not going to get all this done, because I think that could be looked at as a failure if we don't.
Hey, Haley.
Yeah, I agree, Ryan. I think that's really important. We want to make sure we're expectation setting and being clear about that. That being said, I think it's really shows a lot that we are putting this operations plan forward and like trying to get what we can done on whatever timeline we can. I think that that's what people have been, waiting for. And so I think that's really strong, and would just advocate for, I know we're in like this big transition period, and there's only the Ryan Forrester, the part-time Ryan Forrester. And so just, I think there is an opportunity here to like look at the local community and be creative and at least brainstorming what resources might exist to help get some of this moving forward. I know that there's constraints there as well, but I think, again, just in the sentiment of like trying to move forward with the forest, it does seem like a good opportunity to explore our local community and see what creativity exists there to make what we can happen.
Darren?
Yeah, and I think in good summary here is that the whole idea of, well, it's not just this, but a lot of things we're working on here is to just make sure that we're not making that clear that we don't end up over promising and under deliver. We don't want to come out of the gate in that situation, not only just for this, but all the things that we have planned for the forest. So I think we want to start off and make sure that we're pretty clear about, this is what we wanted, this is what we're planning to do, but there are these caveats that may prevent us from doing that. So we just want to make sure we're not setting ourselves up to be in that over promise, under deliver situation.
Great point. All right, board, thank you. And at this moment, I'm going to I know Chance is ready to go with public comment, and we've got it scheduled and for about 15 minutes, and we'll see if we get that much, and if not, we can revisit some of these issues and discussions if you wish. So Chance, you're up, and Francis, we'll go with you after Chance. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try to be brief. My name's Chance. For those of you that don't know me, I'm an enrolled member of the United Tribe of Wisconsin. I'm also Oglala Lakota, and I'm the Director of Tribal Relations at Oregon State University. And I just wanted to just quickly highlight, I heard a whole lot of questions about tribal involvement and Oregon State's involvement. And I just wanted to say that I can be a resource more than anything to help facilitate those things. I know CT Clusi has been very interested in what's happening with the Elliott. That was actually one of my first meetings was with their tribal council. Cow Creek, I know, has been very stretched thin this last year, especially with their fire situation last summer. But they did voice some interest in this project. Likewise with Grand Ron. Mike Kennedy, it's great to see you. I can help facilitate those conversations if necessary. I'm also, and I know I'm kind of an elephant in the room here, but I also don't care about awkward. So sorry, but not sorry. I work at Oregon State, and there is kind of a narrative around Oregon State being kind of walking away from this project. And I'm trying to tell you that's not true at all. It's interesting to me to think about this project as a research forest, because in my mind, it's not a research forest, it's a forest. It's a forest that needs healing. Now, research can help with that process, hence Oregon State. So I'm trying to make a point here that Oregon State isn't walking away from this. Frankly, we need researchers and maybe I'm way off base here, but I think we need researchers instead of like a lead research partner to do the work. And frankly, some of the best researchers we have are at Oregon State. So if we're actually invested in helping this space that is the Elliott, there's probably going to be folks from Oregon State helping, but I'm not pushing anybody else off the table. But I also fear the narrative is that Oregon State is like we're excluded from the project. I'm hoping that's not the case, but it feels like that's what's coming off here.
No, I don't. If that was stated, Chance, apologies. If we did, I think that we're all aware that Oregon State may very likely have a large role in the research on the forest.
Okay, I just want to make sure that's clear, and I would like to present myself as a person who can help facilitate that. So I have my email in the comments down there. Whether it's tribal or Oregon State, please let me help out with facilitating those conversations, because I think they need to be had.
Thanks so much for your offer, and Mike, or Chance rather, thanks for your patience. I know you were ready to go early, and I certainly appreciate you waiting around.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let me know what I can do to help.
You got it.
And hey, Keith, really quick, I think this is important because Chance brought it up and it's come up before, like in the OPB did a Think Out Loud on the Elliott, and there's been a lot of regurgitation of the December or November 2023 letter from the OSU president, and it did get stretched and interpreted in many different ways, and the perception was that OSU has walked away. And I think just to echo what Chance said, that's not what we're hearing from OSU. We've been trying to work both in that OPB interview as well as since then to like convey what is the reality with OSU, including how OSU would want to say it. And yeah, if it came across as otherwise today, it wasn't intentional at all. And yeah, I think those research projects that are in the proposed or potential research projects Appendix D, I mean, those are all tied to OSU, and you're still hearing very strong interest. So thanks, Chance, for just sounding off on it.
No, thank you. I just stepped into this role, and I'm just like, hey, let me know what I can do to help. That's basically what I'm trying to say.
And OSU's got all the monitoring stuff going early in the process too, correct? Didn't they?
Yeah, and that was, I mean, there's a whole conversation to have and to keep having around how collaborative research is done on the Elliott. But yeah, we are partnered on the MOA with the baseline monitoring approach, and it's been good. It's been a positive, like, okay, people are still working together and we still have stuff to work on, but we're doing it together.
Thanks, Chance. Thanks for your offer too. Francis, thank you for your patience, as always.
Yes. Can you hear me okay?
You sure can.
So I would like to go out to the Elliott and look at some of these proposed timber sales and project areas, but I have no hard copy map of the Elliott State Forest. ODF used to put out a hard copy map of the Elliott, great map, but they don't anymore, and they don't have any, and I don't have access to one. The only map I have is the Coos Bay BLM recreation map that embeds just a tiny fraction of the Elliott roads on their Elliott map. And so it's really no good for going out and looking at some of these project areas. Do you have a map that the public can use to help us provide comments on this project?
So, Francis, yeah, so you're thinking, and you would like to have a hard copy map, not necessarily an electronic map. Is that
Because
correct?
sometimes the electronic maps don't work without internet access in the Elliott. I could go to the highest mountain and see my electronic map, but I can't do it when I'm on the 8,000 road, for instance.
Yeah. So, yeah, because there are what we call georeference maps that work with applications like Avenza or Onyx. If you don't have those, that's definitely understandable. We have a whole bunch of the old ODF maps that are pretty, they're actually, a bunch of them are at Shutter Creek right now. I have a bunch in my office here at Bend. but we don't have any maps right now available, like print out hard copy maps of the treatments themselves. And so that would be a whole other conversation. I don't know how we would do that, is make posters and send them to you kind of thing. So would you be looking for a map that did have the treatment units, or just a good solid map of the Elliott itself?
Well, if I had a good solid map of the Elliott itself, I can indicate where the treatment units are on my map. I don't need you to do that for me. So yeah, just a hard copy map I can use while driving around the Elliott.
So I
And
think
also, just let me say real quickly, the hard copy map is important for me to get the overall view of where all the projects are at once on a map. Or you could provide us a map of the Elliott with all the projects on one map. That would be helpful. In addition to having a hard copy map.
Where are you, Eric? So yeah, I think at least in the near term, I can go ahead, if I can get your address, stick a hard copy map of the old ODF map, which is a very good one. It has most of the current ownership in the mail to you.
It is good, but let me just say what it doesn't have is the current land allocations. And your map in the HCP of and FMP of the current land allocations is very, very poor. None of them have section lines or major roads on those maps, so we can't really tell where a land allocation stops and starts just by looking at the map. And so if you could have a map, even an electronic map of the land allocations just with major roads on it or with section lines on it, that would be very helpful for the public to engage in this.
Okay, yeah, very good point. So Eric, maybe we can work on that to probably add to the materials that would go out with this plan when it's released. At least we'd have an electronic map that we could provide.
Yeah, I'm thinking the ones that we generated for the Winchester Bay board meeting have a lot of that information on there, so we can look at those.
Some iteration of that. Yeah, we pretty much have those ready to go. So okay.
I think
Hopefully we can figure that out. Go ahead.
I think
Peter.
many, in addition to Francis, would be interested in that, and I'd be one of them. So it seems like it's a helpful idea. So thank you, Francis.
Yes, especially the land allocation map with major roads on it, so we can tell where one starts or stops, and the section lines would be helpful too.
What land allocations are you talking about? Is it the intensive
CRW, MRW, the riparian reserves, just, all the different, yeah.
So it gets really hard to put those onto one map. I'm just, we'll figure out how we can represent that, but those are a lot of layers that lay on top of each other. So we'll have to make sure we can make something that's clear that everybody can.
You don't have to put the riparian reserves on a map. We know how to use tape measure. So yeah, the riparian reserves would make it very complicated looking. So skip that.
Thank you, Francis.
But also what would be handy on a map is there's a bunch of little tiny reserves within the management research watershed. There's a bunch of smaller reserves there because of endangered species or because the forest is too old. And so that would be great to have those reserve areas on a map so we could see them as we drive by. And, any map that has your timber sale proposals on it, it would be great to also have where the Merlet and Owl circles are so we could see how your logging proposals are in relation to the endangered species protections. Right now, it's just a big guesswork.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. Ryan and Eric, thanks there. Is there anybody else in the public who'd like to take the opportunity to comment at this point? Seeing none, then we're on to next steps. A reminder that there's a February 11th land board meeting, which comes up next week, and that will include remarks by the DSL and staff about Bob Salinger. Our next meeting is planned for April. And with that, Brett, and I'll give you the floor before we go.
Well, yeah, and I wanted to kick it to Darren and then back to you, Keith, for closing, but really quick on the next. So I think what we've heard through you and then some just feeling it ourselves, that it would be really helpful to get scheduled as far out as possible in terms of board meetings and time with you so that everybody has chunks on their calendar allocated and not getting pinched with schedulers on a monthly basis, but rather like, let's try to do as much as we can, maybe get 6 months out. So we're going to work through Linda on doing that. And the next, what you mentioned, Keith, the next meeting that we're looking to schedule, Emma's been doing some really good work on venues, and we have a couple, we're planning to be in person. And so we've got a couple different date slots in April that look for a poll from Linda on that probably in the next day or so. And apologies, we don't have it nailed down yet, but we're working on walking, chewing gum, cutting trees, and protecting species all at the same time. So it's a lot.
And that will be in or about Salem.
That's the thought, but yeah, TBD somewhat.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. And Keith, I was going to ask Darren for like first meeting as manager of the Elliott. Any high level reflections, and then Keith, thank you as chair. I think you're getting us out of here, if I'm of any help, like 15 minutes early, and fairly unprecedented.
Yeah. Hey, I'm glad you called on Darren too, because I was going to say thank you to Darren and Emma for not running away screaming about 3 hours ago, so.
No, I just want to make a couple comments. Yeah, I just appreciate this. Yeah, obviously my first meeting with this officially being on board for like, yeah, about 3 weeks now. And we had a lot of great conversation, a good agenda, a lot of good conversation on some good topics that I certainly made a whole bunch of notes here on some things that to follow up on with. I'd really like to set some time with individual board members to talk and try to see if we can do some of that, have some conversations before our next full meeting, perhaps on some things to continue some of that get acquainted time. I know Keith, you and I got a chance to chat for a few minutes, but I'd like to do that with the rest of the board as well. And yeah, I think we teed up some good things for some further conversation, especially for hopefully in that retreat session. Some good things to continue to talk about. So, yeah, overall, great. Yeah, I didn't go not running screaming. There's just a lot of work to be done, and I have a lot of homework to still do. Obviously, after only being here 3 weeks, so looking forward to it and looking and digging in and working with all of you closely here in the moving forward here in the future. So, I'll leave it at that. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks for signing on, Emma.
Yeah, this was everything I hoped it would be. Thank you for the robust dialogue and for communicating thoughtfully and with a lot of curiosity. And thank you also for giving Darren and I a bit of grace as we absorb all the history and knowledge that Brett and staff and all of you carry. So I'm just really excited to work with all of you and hoping to get some one-on-one time too soon.
Okay, welcome aboard. Thank you all. If you're asking me for final words of wisdom, I'll say, what was the phrase, Emma? Meaty dialogue. Was that it that you just used?
Did I say that?
Rich. I think rich is the word you're looking for. Right?
Yeah, it was rich and meaty dialogue. That'll be the catchword. And as always, I think this board does that wonderfully. And thanks for a great meeting. I'll see you all in person in a couple of months. And unless anybody has a last word, which you're welcome to, we'll say see you soon. See you soon.